Esther!
Ehi Vale, dimmi.
Ma dove siete?
A Bologna, a PyCon.
Ma come a Bologna? Io sono a Firenze.
Cosa vuol dire che sei a Firenze?
Sono all'hotel, ma dove siete tutti?
Al PyCon sta per iniziare l'opening.
A Bologna.
Sì. Non hai letto su
No,
Slack?
non ho letto su Slack.
La conferenza a Bologna,
A Bologna.
Sì, dai, muoviti, prendi un treno e arriva.
Ok, prendo un treno, lo fai tu l'opening allora?
Sì, in maniera.
Va bene, va bene. Mettiti il panciotto però, mi raccomando.
Sì, ce l'ho il panciotto.
Arriva, arriva.
Ce l'ho. Okay, Valerio went to the wrong place, but the good news is that you are in the right place. So, welcome to PyCon Italia 2025. Hope you enjoy. So, yeah, we've this year, the first year, we hit the record number of 1,000 attendees, and yeah, only one went to Florence, so I will consider that a success. As you may see, it's been a journey. So our community has been growing and growing so much that our old venue in Florence cannot contain us anymore, and that's why we are here today in this beautiful location in Bologna. And yeah, I did some math here, but I'm not sure I got it right. So please raise your hand if it's your first time at PyCon Italia. Okay, almost, yeah, I think so. So first thing first, we have a code of conduct. PyCon Italia is dedicated to create an harassment-free conference for everyone, regardless of their gender, sexual orientation, age, physical appearance, body size, disability, race, or religion. So we will not tolerate harassment of any kind. So if something makes you feel uncomfortable, please report this to us. You can reach out Alessia and Matteo on Slack, on email, and anyone in the yellow T-shirt. So please do this at any time, even after the event is fine, so we can ensure that it doesn't happen again. But yeah, where are we? So Italy is divided in 20 regions, and we are here in Emilia-Romagna, not here, here. And you may notice there is a little dash in between, and that is not a typo. That is for historical region, because this, Emilia-Romagna, are actually two different regions combined together. So Emilia came from the ancient Roman road Via Aemilia, a straight road connecting all the major cities, including Bologna. Romagna, on the other hand, the name came from Romania, not the mother country, but that was the old name of the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as Byzantium. So after the fall of Rome in the west, Romagna stayed under the Byzantine rule, leading to this major artwork you may recognize in Ravenna, that was the capital. And yeah, that's the end of the historical thing. But what does it mean for you? So, if you want to go to the beach, if you want to eat piedina, you need to go to Romagna. If you want to eat mortadella, tigelle, passatelli, salame, and tortellini everywhere, you need to go to Emilia. So we are in Bologna. Actually, we are in Emilia. Oh, yeah, I was born there, so I'm also an Emilian. Reggiana, to be precise, but that is another story. So now you may be familiar with our room. We are here in gnocchi and tagliatella that will be split after the keynote. And then over there, we have passatelli and spaghetti. On the other side of the venue, we have piedina, tigelle, and pizza. There will be the workshop, and tortellini and lasagna. So, yes, they all have passed the name. Yes, indeed, there will be a test and another conference. You need to match the pasta name with the shape. Bonus point if you know the recipe. For the lunches will be served. There will be 4 major points in the restaurant, and then you can eat everywhere. There will be table in the sponsor area, outside, by the pool, by the hall. So the hotel is ours. Don't forget, if you have allergies, there will be the staff of the hotel at every buffet point. Please tell to them, and they will assist you. We have a quiet room, and on the other side of the hotel, basically, a meeting room if you need to do calls, a recruiting room. We have a recruiting track on our schedule where our sponsors will turn each other. So if you want to talk with them in private, this is the option. And of course, we have also a childcare room. So if you sign up your child for it. If you need even more quiet, there is the park. We are surrounded by park. There is the park just on this side behind the hotel. Then we are trying out a little experiment this year. We are making an effort to make this conference even more accessible to everyone. So we are trying the live audio transcription in lasagna. And if everything goes well, we hope to have audio transcription everywhere next year. And then we will soon kick off with our keynoters, starting with Simin Suleri after me, so you need to be quick. We will have the streaming available. Streaming is free. If the room is full, please check out the streaming on the talk details. We will use Slido for Q&A, so please, you will find the details again in the talk detail. Submit your question, vote your favorite, and as always, respect our code of conduct. We will have the lightning talks every day of the conference just before the coffee break, the last session before the coffee break. Light talks are small talks, max 5 minutes, and it's a wonderful opportunity for people who never spoke in public to try it out. It can be anything, can be fun, can be technical, whatever you have in mind. We have 3 categories: announcement, first-time speaker, and general track. And the box is at the registration desk that will be posted. We will have, as a tradition, on Saturday, the Django Girls Workshop, a free workshop open to all women and minorities as well, or anyone interested in Django, to learn Django and Python, or just networking, and there are still some spots available. Now, little communication. If you sign up for a workshop, the speaker may send some setup instruction, so check your emails. We have a nice t-shirt this year as a tradition. This year, figure our mascot, the snake with some spaghetti coat. And yeah, Bolognese doesn't really exist. Oops, sorry. Yeah, you can pick up this afternoon at the registration desk. And for the first time, I think we have our very first Python quiz on Friday. There are some nice prizes, a flipper, a ticker for PyCon Italia for next year, and a microbit kit. So yeah, don't miss it. And then, PyCon Italia is proud to be a conference that balances technical talks with also networking and social events. So we have a full a full list of events, starting from this evening here at the Regency Hotel, the Py Drinks. The Py Dinner is tomorrow in the city center, and then to close in a nice way, a huge fest on Saturday. There are still some places, some tickets available, check it out. And then, if you need a break, or you come with your family and you want to visit a little bit Bologna, we have some guided tour happening on Friday evening. Yeah, there are many, many places available, so check the website. We will also have our tradition Py Run on Friday, 7:30 in the morning. It's 5 kilometers. Just the meter point is in the parking lot just behind the hotel, and they will do, I will not go, a little run in the parks nearby. And then you already have it, but that's your badge. And you notice there is a little QR code that is linked to your public profile. And sponsor, if you want, they may scan it for your information. So just be sure to update your profile on our website. We will use Discord for all our communication, so please join pycon.it/discord. We have a Wi-Fi, of course. The name is centro_congressi. And then there are some pins at the registration desk to let the people know if you're happy to socialize, if you prefer not to talk, or more important, if you don't want to take photo. If you put your pin somewhere visible, the photographer will know that you don't want to take photos, and then we will be sure that you will not appear. So check at the registration desk. And now we have a brand new app that our chair, Patrick, kindly developed. It's brand new, is available on App Store and Google Play. He has already some feature, like you can see the schedule, you can see your profile, and it's very convenient for your tickets when you need to quickly find the QR code. So check it out. And then, last but not least, thank you for our sponsor. We cannot do this conference without our sponsor. So thank you very much to all of them. And yeah, also thank you to our media partners. And then, if you're looking for a job, we have a job board where our sponsors have put the openings, so check it out. And that's it for me. Thank you again. Welcome again.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Esther, and welcome to PyCon Italia. And there are plenty of seats here, so people just come here. You're going to find some seats in first rows. So, yeah. And now,
It's over there.
we have our first keynoter of this year, and I would like to invite Simin Suleri on the stage. All right, so we also have an overflow room in Tortellini. They are streaming this session here. So if the room is full, you can go there and look at the streaming session of these keynotes there. But still, plenty of seats there here. So please come here if you want to look at it live. And so I would like to thank you to Simi Soleri for this presentation, if the thing works. But it doesn't work. All right. So thank you, Simin, the secret sauce of high performance team.
Hello, everyone. Buongiorno a tutti. Vorrei iniziare dicendo qualche parola in italiano. Perché I've been learning a little bit. Anche se ho ancora molta strada da fare. Quindi non mettetemi alla prova. Sono Simi, VP Engineering per Prima Assicurazioni. Quando ho iniziato quasi 3 anni fa, non mi aspettavo tutto il calore e il benvenuto che ho ricevuto dal mio team. Oggi sono qui per raccontarvi questa storia, perché è una finestra sul nostro mondo che potete usare per creare il vostro mondo. And now in my natural language, English, I want to turn to, and I just want to say, it's been an incredible privilege to be a part of PyCon Italia this year. For Prima, it has been a part of our journey. A lot of our developers actually take part actively, and in our training and development, this has been one of those things where it has played a huge role in developing people, giving them the opportunity to connect and to learn from each other. We have also had people who have volunteered for this event in the past and actually today as well. So do speak to the people that you see. Some of my team is sitting right at the front as well. So guys, if you want to give a wave to everyone so that you can go and speak to them later as well. So the thing I want to start off with is, just not just this little bit of an introduction of what my job title is, but whenever somebody asks me, even today, what do, I always tell them I'm a software developer. And over the years, I don't do development anymore. However, that's one thing that I always identify as. A developer at heart has always been like that. I think also another thing to remember is that software development in itself, when you're sitting down, working with the teams, building on something, you might be under pressure, you might be trying to build something great, but there is this essence of working together, building things, having fun, pushing boundaries, that is just so incredibly powerful that I think that that was something that at the heart I really, really enjoyed, and I never wanted to step away from it. And as a part of software development, what I realized that there are many things there that are frustrating us. So this wasn't one of those things where everything runs smoothly. As you know, a lot of developers in different roles who are involved in some sort of software development know this thing that there are a lot of frustrations. So either a lot of things were not in our control, so we couldn't change things, or the people who were making the decisions, they will either just say yes to things and then tell us that we have to build something. And then when we asked them the question of why we were building these things, they would say, well, just because you have to. So they were never able to explain to us why we were doing things. And then sometimes one of the other frustration was, as a developer, you go in and you want to say, well, this isn't possible, or something like that, or you want permission to do something. And then the answer sometimes is no. And the reason is never described again to you why something you cannot do. And this frustration comes over and over. And so you're stretched in all directions. You're asked to work in sort of like this competitive deadline-based environment. And you are not really given the full context of it. And I think that I saw this in several industries happening over and over again. And as a developer, it used to really, really frustrate me. And I thought, what can we do? And this is one of the things. The solution is one of us needs to make the decisions. So the point is, a lot of the times, as people grow up and up in the hierarchy, they forget who they were, their roots of that software development, the core of the teams that they were building. And they just become these people who are so disconnected from the pains and the daily struggle or daily life of a software developer that they don't care about it. And I wanted to do it differently. And so I decided to step up and say, okay, I'll try this leadership role. And so I started doing my first role as a team lead. And honestly, I hated every minute of it. Because I couldn't sit down with my team anymore, because I was deciding their salaries. They didn't take me as their team member anymore. There was a distance between us and the people I would joke around with, I will just have fun with. They weren't a team anymore. They were afraid of me a little bit. And so that made me feel very lonely. But I thought that, is it worth the fight? And I remember that I really wanted to look after my teams. So the first team I got, I had 3 developers in there, and I was the team lead. And so I remember I asked them if they were okay so much that they came back and complained about the fact that I asked them if they're okay too many times. So they said, you have to stop asking us if we are okay. And I said, but I want you to be okay. And they said, well, you know, the thing is, you have to let us come to you sometimes. And so I thought, okay, I'll step back a little bit instead of asking them all the time, are you okay? Are you okay? And I think that kind of like told me, and I did not know how to lead a team. So I thought, okay, what do I do? Maybe I could see some team leads that are out there that I had seen in other companies. Maybe I could follow them. Maybe I could do something like that. And I tried to copy them and couldn't really work, because the way they led teams was very different to the way I wanted to. And I ended up in a place that was just inauthentic. It wasn't real. It wasn't something that I liked. So, but I really, really missed solving problems. So the main part of it that was eating away at me is the fact that I couldn't solve problems anymore. I couldn't design systems anymore. I couldn't sit down and say, look, you know, we're building this. Let's do it together. We didn't have that fun, and I felt that I wasn't a part of it. And then I had this realization. And the realization was that I was standing perhaps in front of the biggest problem that I have ever seen. And when you are looking outwards into a software development team, a lot of the times people use metrics to measure absolutely everything, okay? So your managers or your leaders, everybody in your company would always say, but show us, are you improving productivity? Are you more efficient? Are you delivering more value? And you try to measure it again and again by any metric that is there. And you look inwards and you're like, how are we not improving? And there's this massive demand. You have to be better at it. Your code coverage should be better. Your velocity should be better. Your speed to market should be better. And this narrative was so dominant that all the teams could think about was that. How can we improve? How can we improve that? And then I realized, this whole realization came, which is that most of the things that directly affect how well a team perform cannot be measured. So this was a huge revelation to me, because I realized that when we were measuring all of those things, really the things that were creating an impact to really create a performance change were not being measured. You cannot measure them, really, and that's the key point. Not only that, there's also another element, which is that you can't tell from outside what is happening. So essentially, let's say there's a team that transforms itself from low performance to high performance, and then there are elements outside of that team. They can't really tell what's happening inside, because it's something that happens within that. So they can only see it from outside, and they can only see after the change has happened. So imagine this team in your head where they were low performing, something happened, okay? Something happened which cannot be measured, and then they changed into high performance. And from outside, people are like, don't know what happened. However, if you are inside that, when you are a part of it, you can feel it, you can live it, and you can even change it. So what I'm going to tell you today should not come to you as a surprise, and that's the goal, because inherently you already know a lot of these things. And this is the whole point. When you are in a transformation from a low performance to a high performance, when you are inside, you can feel what is happening. However, from outside, it's all magic. And this is literally the words that have been said about this. So a lot of the work that I have done with companies, so I've worked with the companies of various sizes, small companies, smaller teams, to 5 to 10 people teams, to bigger companies, let's say SMEs with 30 to 50 engineers. Then you have bigger teams, which are global, thousands of people across the globe. And at Prima, that we are doing right now, which is, again, about 1,000 people spread in different countries as well. So it's various sizes, various industries. I worked in electronic manufacturing, aerospace, insurance, e-commerce, you name it. So there are several different type of applications for it. And I think that some of the results that you will see at the end of it, so again, it's about, well, what is the change that you were able to create at the end? And some of the things they will be able to see, and we have been able to produce, are 8 to 10 times increase in efficiency and throughput. So this is something that a lot of companies and businesses are very much interested in. And they're like, well, why don't you create that kind of a change? I'm saying that those teams actually do deliver 8 to 10 times more efficiency in terms of efficiency and throughput. And our retention rate across the teams and across industries was 95 to 98%. And that's huge in terms of tech industry, where people like to change their jobs frequently. We also have returners, by the way. I have an example of a guy who's sitting here. I won't take his name. And I remember him leaving, and we always pay a lot of attention in how we say goodbye. So we said, well done to him for all of his contribution. We went out for an amazing meal. We said goodbyes, gave him a hug, and said, come back any day. he did come back after 8 months. He took a pay cut and came back to us. And this is a huge, huge, let's say, pride for us, because we are not just a company that gives you just a salary. We are a lot more than that. And this is where this team culture comes in. And also 90% of the leadership positions, again, I'm talking about across transformations. I'm not just talking about a company. But 90% of the leadership positions are filled in by people within that. So growing the people, progressing them, training and developing them is a huge part of this whole thing. And like I mentioned to you, that this is something that I have tried in a number of different organizations, in different industries. And this is not something that is just applicable in one instant in time. It's completely scalable too. So if somebody says to you, okay, we need to have some sort of a framework that enables you to create that change at pace, transforms the teams, and then really changes the way the business can perceive them and see the results, that's the work that we do. And so I want to introduce you to this Luminary framework. And this is a term I came up with. I could have also called it Solari framework of chaos or whatever. But I think that I wanted to call it the Luminary for a reason. And I will explain the reason to you. And like I said to you, my job here today is to make you realize when you look back at this talk and then figure out that actually this whole thing is essentially something you already know. And Luminary enables you to create that change within the environment that you're in. And hopefully will give you enough to take back and act on so that you can create those kind of changes and start having those conversations where you are. So let's start. This framework has got a few different stages. And the first stage is called narrative shift. And narrative shift is essentially the stories that we tell ourselves and others. If you guys are aware of any literature around stories and why they're important, and I think that, working in software, we know that trying to describe something, and we fall into this trap of trying to describe things in very specific terms. But really, in order to get the essence of something, we need to learn from and about the stories. And the first real transformation piece, where real transformation starts, is the stories that we tell ourselves and others. And what does that mean in reality? So the first thing is understanding who we are. And these are, by the way, you will see a lot of pictures of my team. Some of them are here today. And this is this amazing, most handsome guy sitting right in the front row. and so I think that, but the idea is to not only give you an insight into our team, but also to tell you the work that we do and we have done in order to create these amazing transformations. So understanding ourselves and who we are. And I really, really cannot emphasize enough that any journey of any team starts with individuals, of your understanding of who you are and what is your personality. So some essential work you can do on there is obviously doing reflection on that. But there are a lot of personality tests out there to give you an idea. So I would say the big five is probably the most research-backed one. There is a website called Understanding Myself that you can go online and really go in and get your profile. And I would encourage you to do something like this, because I know that we think we understand ourselves, but we don't. A lot of the times we don't know what motivates us. What are our values? If I asked you to do one exercise, go away, write down what are your values and what are your beliefs. What are the real values that motivate you? And understand yourself, because if you really want to embark on this journey, and this is not only for people to understand who are developers in the room, but for companies to understand as well, that in order to have any real transformation, it starts with the individuals that form the team. So essentially, you need to start with all of the inner work that you have to do. And so that starts with recognizing who you are and how do you deal with conflict, for example. How do you, and what sort of things motivate you? What are your intrinsic motivators? What are some of the things that get you going, and why? What are the values that you will hold and you will defend? What are your boundaries? Do you understand that about yourself? If you don't understand that about yourself, you cannot start that journey of change. The next thing is to understand how we interact with others. So essentially, this is when we step out of ourselves and figure out who is around us. Any team that we work with, even if we're doing individual projects, you will be doing it for someone, okay? So interaction is always going to be there. So you need to understand how you interact. Sometimes what happens is we are having, have you been in a conversation sometimes where everything was going normal and then a person just suddenly reacted and it was just so out of character that you think, what the hell just happened? Why did this person just reacting? Because you probably stepped on a nerve or you triggered them somehow or, you know, and similar things happen to you. And so the idea is to understand how we really relate to others. How do we interact with them? If I had to delegate to someone, how would I do that? What's the language that I use for delegation? So we do a lot of work around that. So we work on conflict models, decision-making models, and delegation models with the teams that we are transforming. And there is just a lot of thought around how we work on those things. And then agreeing on how we want to work on moving forward. Because your understanding of something might be very different from another person's understanding. And what happens in teams, often that are low performing, is that their understanding is not the same. So you might think that done, in terms of a work item, means one thing, and another person might think it's a different thing. But if you want to have that conversation, how will you show up when you are having that conversation? So understanding that and doing the work around how we interact with others is a very important thing. And then telling stories. Don't forget to tell stories to each other. We do this exercise where there is a workshop you can do around the hero's journey, if you look it up somewhere. It's a story, it's a very typical story arc that is followed in lots of novels and lots of stuff. It's like hero goes on a journey, has some sort of a challenge, overcomes the challenge, and then becomes like, it's ultimately, is the hero of the story. So it's kind of like an arc like that goes up and down. And what we did was we sat down and we built stories of our own lives, whatever we wanted to share, about the hero's journey, our own hero's journey. And it's like a fireside chat with people who you work with, and you tell a part of your story to them. Telling stories is very important. And in telling stories, we found out about challenges that people have faced. I did not, for example, realize that one of the really strong and great, let's say, super architect of our team was also a football player, and it was strange to hear the story of his struggle and then what he overcame and why he resonated with that. And if you see him or you talk to him, you wouldn't think, oh yeah, I think, yeah, you must be a football player. Like, that story never comes up. But in that story is so much of his soul that you know so much of him after knowing that story. So telling stories to each other is very important. And sharing experiences, don't forget. Be silly together. This was a balancing exercise. This is about 3 or 4 weeks ago that the team did, and it was hilarious because they were, in order to balance it perfectly and not topple down into the river. They had to balance it together. And you can see this at a concentration on their faces, just like, don't screw it up. But just to learn to work as a team and stuff, and sharing experiences. But we've done all sorts of things, you know, in terms of making pasta together, which we tried in Bologna, which I miserably failed at, but I tried my best. So all of those things are important. And the second thing, emotional literacy. So that's the second lever of this framework. In emotional literacy, you bring the emotional intelligence into the core of how you work. Now, this is one of the most important things I feel is missing from the work world right now, especially in the software industry. In the tech industry, we like to stay objective, number-oriented, all quantitative. But I want to tell you today that the difference between, again, low performance and exceedingly 10x high performance is not in quantitative. It is actually in qualitative stuff. It is about how you feel, how you do things. And the language and emotional intelligence that you can bring into your work is extremely important there. So one of the things is to normalize the conversations around feelings. And that is a difficult one to achieve, because how do you tell each other how you're feeling? Are you telling your team when you're feeling low, when you're feeling afraid, when you're feeling a bit unsure? Are you able to sit at a table with your team, have dinner together, and then tell them what you're going through, really? And is it normalized in your team? Is it something everybody does? So one of the things is, like, pay attention to this, normalize that conversation. And if there is nobody else that's starting, you can start that conversation. Share a story, tell them, and a lot of other things you can do in order to facilitate that movement. And assuming positive intent, I want to share. This is actually when we made pasta. By the way, I'm not here, but surely there are other people who are much more skilled at making pasta than me. So one thing that has happened to us is that we are required all the time to be super politically correct, all the time. You have to be politically correct. You have to think and overthink about what you say and what you do and how you interact, to the point that a lot of our interactions have become bland. We cannot bring our own personality. And I put Dani he's got this funny expression on his face. He is one of the funniest people that I've met. He often makes politically incorrect jokes in the wrong time, and they are super hilarious. But the thing is, we all know that that's the way we push each other a little bit. We have fun, we have jokes, and never forget that, because I feel like we are being told to censor ourselves so much that our personalities are not upheld. We become some generalized version, an abstract class of some sort, not ourselves. And if you want to turn into real performance, you need to show up fully. You need to show people who you are. And yes, sometimes you will cross the boundary a little bit, and you will be told off, but it's fine. I'd rather live dangerously than not live at all. So that's an important one I'd like to encourage. And poor Fede here, he was very stressed. Fede is often stressed, by the way. So one of the things I want to say is that understand also what is within your control and what isn't. And this is an exercise you can do. You can understand with your team to say, okay, you know, we're struggling on these things. What are some of the things we need to escalate and ask others to fix for us? What are some of the things that we can do ourselves? And a lot of the times you'll find that many things are within your control. And if there are things that are not in your control, that's also okay. But have an exercise of actively understanding what is within your control and not. Just don't assume that you have no control over anything. And don't be afraid to break some of the rules, okay? Sometimes break the rules and figure out whether you actually had control. And I know this is probably the politically incorrect, not the right thing to say thing, but I would say that please try it. Sometimes try breaking the rule and see what happens. Push the limits. Don't contain yourself. Don't self-censor. And create a language around failure. One of the things you need to understand also is that you need to normalize failing. And I feel that a lot of the times people who become managers, they are the worst ones in this because they're like, oh, I'm meant to be the one that's got everything right. But I think that it's not just that, it's every team. And what happens when you say, oh, I failed at this? So create a language where you can talk about failure, again, openly. And you can say, okay, this happened, and we learned from it, and we move on. And try and make sure that you have each other's back on it, because this is something you can do to each other. Because I find that a lot of the times in software development, people often don't treat each other with kindness when some failure happens, because it's like, oh, look at this person who failed. So just make sure you're normalizing the conversation around those things as well. And then the third point is about a systemic clarity. And this is about understanding your workflows. So this is some work we do with our teams where we map out different stages of your workflow, and what are the different stages from when the work is first thought of, conceptualized, to all the way to done. And you will be surprised how many people think there are different stages. So everybody sometimes thinks that they do work in the same way, and then you sit down and you put it down really on paper and do this workshop, and you realize everybody's understanding was different. And this is where a lot of the performance gaps come also, because you think testing stage means one thing, another person thinks another, then you keep fighting because they haven't tested it properly, but they thought they had, and this is the kind of stuff you need to get out of the way. So if you get all of those things out of the way, your journey becomes much easier and much simpler. And identifying and removing blockers. Always have conversations around what's blocking you. So it might be that it's a small thing, that, you know, some logistical thing, some stuff that you want to work on, some training and development need, whatever it is. Make sure that you are actively and continuously having the conversation around blockers. And transparent decision-making, which means that all of your leaders, and this is, if you are a developer and you are not leading a team and you are an individual contributor, don't stop questioning the decisions that have been made. Regardless of how many times people say, do it because I told you so, you can still go and ask and say, this is not good enough. Give me a better explanation of why we're doing it, what it's going to achieve, what is my role in it. Again, link it back to the stories on what your role is, not just within your team, but within an organization. And don't stop and don't compromise on just hearing nothing in return. And in the end, to tie it all together is evolutionary presence. And the reason why I call it that is because really, once you go through that system, each and every person of that organization, of that team, becomes the change that we are trying to create. So this is not a top-down thing. The change happens from within. And it all depends on how we show up. And I want to tell you a story on this one. And this picture has me in there. It needs presence, bravery, and vulnerability. So I want to tell you a story of a guy called Lorenzo. When I joined Prima the first time, I was warned that this guy was maybe a troublemaker, an underperformer, a person that was a troublemaker. And I remember going in and having my conversation with him, and I told him, you know, what's happening? Tell me. And he took a big, long sigh, and he said to me, I don't know whether I should do it or not, but I am going to choose and tell you the truth. And I said, okay, let's go with that. And he said, this is happening. These things are not working. This is something that is troubling us. These are the blockers, blah, 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 blah. And he went on, and I kept listening and writing and listening and writing. And I thought in that moment how brave he had been, because I was this new person who came into the company several levels above him. and was asking him a question because he was a troublemaker, so I went to him straight away. He was the first person I had the meeting with, and he told me the truth. He chose to tell me the truth. This person today is my right-hand man. He's not only involved himself, but the teams around him. He leads global teams in Spain, Italy, and the UK for us. Several teams report to him, but also he's an example of vulnerability, honesty, and truth, and what happens when you really show up. The information he gave me became the key to my success in Prima and the key to unlocking transformation that we wanted to achieve. We turned teams around, we turned the culture around, and it started with one conversation. So never ever think that you do not have the agency, you do not have the influence to change things in your whole entire organization. Today, the teams we built together, and he has a huge role to play in the teams that we built together, are taken as an example of engineering teams within Prima and outside. And this picture is a huge thing for me. It means so much to me. I'm actually getting quite emotional looking at it, because we went on an offsite, and I know that, you know, when you have a new boss, you don't know how she's going to be or he's going to be like. And we were just eating together outside under a beautiful tree in Milan, and it was just like a stunning place. And we were all taking pictures, and he came over and he gave me a hug, and we took this picture. And he really surprised me, because I didn't know that he even liked me at that point. And so for me, it was a testament that change was happening within him, because he saw something that I heard him, and I acted on all of the things that he told me. But I appreciated the vulnerability and bravery he'd shown, and he still shows it today. He's a true luminary, and that's what the whole framework is all about. That's what I'm talking about. The Luminary framework is actually about each and every person. And what makes a luminary? You shift the tone and energy by how you show up. You take responsibility for your impact, not just your output. And you light the way for others to become braver, clearer, and more whole. And that's a true luminary and the central focal point of this framework that I'm talking about today. And the secret sauce of turning low performance to high performance is and has always been you. You, one person sitting in one team, choosing to be vulnerable, to be brave, to speak the truth. You can make the difference. Do not let anybody tell you otherwise. And if you want to ask me, where do you start? I'll say, start by looking at where you are. So I've been having some really great conversations with folks at Human-Centered Engineering, and it's a huge QR code for their free survey you can try. Go ahead and try. It has 3 lenses. One thing is for your individual lens, one thing is team lens, and one thing is organization lens. Essentially, they look at 3 things from the lens of autonomy, mastery, and purpose, and then figure out, it will tell you whereabouts you are individually. And then you might get an idea of, okay, if I want to start, maybe this is my weakest area, or this is, as a team, our weakest area, let's start there. And then you start the conversation and you start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simi. It was a terrific presentation. Thank you very much. We have some questions, so I'm going to ask you, and starting from the top. The first one is, you showed a slide about increase in efficiency and performance. It's sometimes hard to agree on what these terms actually mean. I'm curious, how are you measuring it?
OK, so the efficiency is how much work we got done. So it's essentially your velocity. It's linked to how much work you get done in a particular amount of time. And throughput was what is the complexity of the work that you are doing. So how much complex work was going through. So in terms of how many things and how complex the work was. And in terms of metrics, one of the things I would say is that you also need to agree on a definition before you start measuring, because otherwise you're like, OK, somebody thinks that means this, and we think it means that. One of the things I would say is that when we measured this was measured over a year's worth of performance. So it's like from 1 year to another. And it was done over a massive global company. I can't actually mention their name, but if you go on to my LinkedIn, you'll see which company I'm talking about. But it's over there, and I think that what we think, what happened essentially, that they used to work on large initiatives, so the nature of work didn't change, the team didn't change, the skill set, obviously the transformation was happening. The only key factor was that the transformation happened. The rest of the things remained the same. And we observed that keeping everything else even constant, the throughput and efficiency changed.
Thank you. Well, okay.
Yeah.
So next one is, sometimes achieving high performance can lead to burnout due to body's pressures. How do you handle that?
So one of the things that, if you remember, I mentioned about normalizing conversations about how you feel. And I think that's where we are constantly taking the temperature of how we are. And also admitting when we are getting too tired or we're not able to perform, and making that conversation very open. So I think that when you create that emotional intelligence and that language very common in your teams, it's very easy to figure out where we are. The thing is, again, we are not measuring or beating the drum of saying, you should be high performance, you should be high performance. High performance is an after effect of what change really is happening. So what I'm actually asking you to do is not focus on high performance at all. Focus on yourself and how you are with your team and how you communicate and work. High performance would happen. It will take care of itself. So don't focus on the goal, because if you do it that way, you will end up burnt out because you will think you're chasing this endless goal. But if you instead just focus on improving yourself and your team, high performance would come.
Thank you. Next one. How do you create and maintain a culture that allows the team to be high-performing, particularly when you need to deal with difficult cases that can ruin the culture?
Yes, so one of the things that I don't cover in this presentation, but I have a very strong stance on, is how you deal with toxicity. So one of the things is that I said, we create a language around failures. And you know that some of the times you do have people in the teams who might not be performing on purpose in a certain way, right? We all know, we have experienced those people who just are not motivated. Whatever you do, they're just not aligned. And so that's one type. And I think that in these kind of cultures, because the language around failure, the language around emotional understanding is so common and so understood, so well understood and established, that if people want to have that conversation and they might have some problem at home, you can support them. But imagine a situation when everything you have done and still there is just no inclination, or they don't want to do it, then you have to remove them. And there is no shame about it. And I think that in these cultures, those people are pointed out by their peers very quickly. So it's because everybody's so geared up, they are so excited, they so love working in that team, that if you feel people who are toxic, they stand out so much that it's easy. And then it's your job to remove them. So you have to remove them quickly so your core team doesn't get bothered.
Thank you, Simi. I think we have other 3 questions. How to deal with people who appear not interested in knowing themselves and how they interact with others? So,
I think one of the things is that understanding that you don't want to know anybody is also knowing yourself a little bit to find out, I'm not interested in this. And I think that sometimes it might be that this kind of team is not for you. And that's also OK. You'll find another team that is for you. So it might be that you're one of those people who think, okay, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to anyone. I want to sit in my room and do my own projects. That's also okay. I mean, there's plenty of work out there, and there will be a team for you. But I feel like in a lot of the organizational cultures where we are obviously we are all working for businesses, hopefully, or charities. But the thing is that even when we are working on these things, we're working on a team trying to deliver something. So just make sure that if you do have that understanding to say, look, I have no interest in that, then it might not be the right team for you.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just curious now. So if you leave this individual alone, I mean, dealing with this stuff without interacting as you expect, do you think this, in a long-term work relation, does it work, or?
Well, I mean, in some teams
they... It comes to an end, like, in months.
Well, I mean, it depends. It depends. So I think that for some, if there is like a lot of resistance or something, that team might actually not be for them. So you might have to give them other options to say, okay, there is some work there that you can do. Or sometimes the option might be, this place is not for you. And I don't want people to shy away from this conversation, to say sometimes the teams are not for them. And that's okay to say that as well. We need to all find the place that we have. And what we try to do in our culture is to make sure that we understand each other and ourselves enough to find that place. And if it isn't for us, it also becomes evident very quickly. And if it does, then we choose to stay or leave depending on that. So.
Okay, thank you. Next one. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. I know that asking question is good, but anything too much can be deteriorating. When do you draw the line?
I don't actually draw the line on questions. I'm pretty bad at that, I would say. So if you ask me personally, I would say curiosity is why we are here. So I would say ask questions, give feedback, keep talking, and keep bothering people. And especially if people come back to you and say, and try to shut you up just because you asked a question, just keep asking them even more. I would say push the boundaries there. I don't think that asking the questions too much is a problem. Sometimes people are lost. I think that for us, it's also to identify why they're asking questions. Because not every question is because curiosity. Some people also ask questions just to trigger something. Some people might be wanting to encourage some toxic behavior or something like that. So you also need to analyze as a team. And honestly, this is incredibly, I mean, this is an industry that is surrounded by incredibly smart people. When people are trying to manipulate a situation, you already know that. So what I'm telling you is, you already know how to do these things. You already know how to create this difference. So when people are trying to undermine something you're trying to build, you will know it instantly. And if you know, the question is how you would behave. And my suggestion and recommendation would be to raise it, to raise the voice, to try and have a conversation about that behavior. Don't just sit back and take negative behavior in your teams.
So you can spot the difference in advance. So you can spot
I think everybody can.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not that kind of person.
Anna still can't. But yeah.
Maybe I might need some session with you, but anyway. We have a last question.
Okay.
High performance means something different according to different people. So it's not like a common sense thing. So it's not just code output, for instance.
Yeah.
How do you manage the inequality between people?
Inequality?
Inequality, yeah.
Do you think that there is ever a team that has got equals in it? Have you seen a team of equals? Ever? That's your answer. There is never a team of equals. We are all unequal in different teams doing different things. So as soon as you accept that reality and not try to bash everybody into one mold, you will become better at high performance. And yes, the other point about high performance was, how do you actually measure it and how do you define it? I would say that a lot of the times it's your ability to adapt to change. That could be one indication, easy enough for you to understand. So it could be that the requirement of something changed, or you have to deliver something more, you have to change the speed or something like that. There are many ways you can measure it. But to me, it is adaptability, it's the connection between people. And you go into a room, and it might be your virtual room, or nowadays, I mean, we are all remote first, so this we are able to maintain even working remotely. You don't have to put people physically in a room in order to feel that, but really you feel the energy in that room as well. So that's a huge measure for me. Like I said to you in the beginning of the presentation, a lot of those things will not be measurable, but you will be able to feel them because they will naturally come to you.
Thank you. I have a Since we have still some time, and I wanna ask you one question, and then I have some announcements for you folks. So the question is, you are a VP of engineering, right? So how can you deal with managing the team and then also do the tech stuff? It's a 50-50 thing. It's like 20, 70, 80, 730. I mean, what's the balance of that?
I think that the answer to that is I hire super smart people and they tell me what to do. And that's always been the way to do it. But I think that, yes, in a way, in a VP role, you're often in part of both conversations, right? Cultural conversations and tech conversations. However, my focus has always been to build an incredibly strong team around me. So a lot of the times the conversations I'm having are based on proposals that are already thought through, and then we can go over them. But I don't know whether there is a 50-50. I don't know whether there is a strong percentage split. Sometimes it's 80-20. Sometimes it's 50-50. It matters on what you're working on. So essentially, in a leadership position, you need to be able to morph into different roles depending on what your team needs in that time. I also have a reputation of turning into a bulldozer if my team tells me something's blocking their way. And I will clear out that. So if you want to talk to them, you can ask. They will tell you that happens. But the thing is that this is also another thing you have to do, right? You have to be ready to act whenever your team needs you in whatever capacity, if you are considering a leadership position.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Steve.
Yeah, I just wondered, do you have any team members who admitted suffering from imposter syndrome? And if so, how have you been able to help them?
So imposter syndrome is something like, people say a lot of women suffer from it, but I think women and men both suffer from it. The way we have approached imposter syndrome is we've told people, and we work with them like through workshops and stories. A lot of the times this thing comes up. And actually, one of the common themes in all of our stories when we did the hero's journey was the imposter syndrome, because you go on a journey, and then when you go to end up in a new place, you think you're an imposter, and you are. To begin with, you're just trying to figure out your way. But I think the way we have normalized the conversation around it is by relating to each other that we are all feeling that at some point, because something is always new to us. Tech industry changes all the time. That means that we are new to things all the time. That means we will be an imposter, feeling nervous, which I was feeling like speaking Italian in front of Italians. It's like shivering inside. But the thing is, like, you still do it. You are an imposter, but you show up. That's the most important thing. As long as you show up, we're there to cheer you on, and that's what we do.
Okay, I think we're done. Thank you again. Thank you, Sumi. Just a couple of points here. I will ask you to leave the room very quickly because now we have to split the room, and then please don't leave anything on underneath the chairs or on the chairs. Don't forget anything, and that's it. Enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
Aspetta, ecco, perché ce l'avevi sulle slide, ok. Sì, 1, 2, sì. 1, 2, sì, prova. Ok?
Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yep. Yes. Hello, 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 hello. You tell. Is it good for you? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hello, everyone. I think it's.
Top.
If you want to turn off the microphone and on only when you start.
Yeah, from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
of the first talk in the Tortellini room. Hope you are all excited to hear about the future of the developer economy. Here we have Sorav, that is a senior developer community manager at Epify, that is a sponsor of this conference. So thank you, Epify, for sponsoring as well. Yeah, just brief communication. So we have the Q&A is going to be on Slido. To find and to submit your question, you can go to the website, on the click on the call, and then there is a link to Slido. You can submit the question, and I'm going to have a brief Q&A at the end of the talk. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ciao, everyone. Welcome to the first and probably the best talk of PyCon Italia. Buongiorno. And before starting this talk, I would like to ask you, everyone, how many of you have ever built a software by yourself as a side project or as something? Just raise your hands. So yeah, many of us. Thank you. But how many of you have deployed that software publicly on any platform so that anyone can use that software and integrate into their applications or somewhere on GitHub or something? Few of us. And the last thing, okay, promise, last question. How many of you have monetized that software to earn some money through it? Just 4 of us. So this is the exact problem that I'm going to talk about in this talk. We are all developers. We have many softwares that we build in our daily life, but we never end up monetizing them or publicly deploying them. So how you can build, deploy, and monetize your software using Apify, and how we are contributing to the developer economy future. I am Saurav. I am a senior developer community manager at Apify. And yeah, so developer tools are better than ever in last few years. There are so much advancement in everything. There are different kind of IDEs, Docker, GitHub, package manager, notebooks, and a lot of AI tools, ChatGPT, Cursor, Claude, Gemini, and whatnot. But still, turning software into a profitable product is really hard. Why? There are few reasons that we identified are becoming blockers between you and your profitable product. And I will start listing them one by one. And the first problem is, how do you get your software to your users? There is a lot of infrastructure tasks to do. You have to you have to maintain the whole infrastructure from CLI tools to cloud services, and there are a lot of things to take care of. But even as a developer, you have some friend who can care of this infrastructure, or you know how to take care of it. There is a bigger evil waiting for you. We are developers, and we never love marketing. We hate it. We never want to do it. And that's, I think, the biggest blocker in you and your profitable product, because you suddenly realize that you have to write blogs. You have to publish some videos on YouTube, or you have to launch your products. What is that? You have to do Hacker News, or you will get banned on Reddit when you post something. And all of these things become a very huge blocker between you and publishing your product somewhere to get some users. Or you have to maintain the SEO. You have to correct your homepage according to the keywords so that users will come through Google search to your website, and then they'll buy something. So this, I think, is the biggest blocker. The next one is, even if you get some users, you have to do the identity management. You have to use various authentication, authorization methods to identify them. And yeah, it's another blocker. And then even if you do manage all of the rest of the things, then you have to think how to monetize it. What are the things that you can monetize particularly in your product? And then you have to take care of billing. You have to send invoices. And then you have to take care of payment integrations like Stripe, Paddle, PayPal, which is another integration in the pipeline. And all of these things cost a lot. So these things become blockers between you and your profitable product. But that's where Apify comes in. And imagine a world where you don't have to worry about anything else other than coding. You code, and you have a platform where you can publish it, and boom, you have a huge base of customers who will use a product if you have a unique use case. So I will tell you more about how to do it, but so you can think of Apify as code in and cache out, as simple as that. But let me explain you more about it. But before that, what an actor is, what an actor do actually. So an actor do whatever they have given in a script. So they do a task that is written in a script, similar to what we are doing at Apify. So an Apify actor is a serverless cloud program that do a task based on a script. It can be any software that takes an input and produces an output, as simple as that. So just take care of this paradigm for future references, that any software that takes an input and produces an output can be an actor. And we call them actors. There are many. I'll explain them more. So we have written a whole white paper on it, which you can Google. If you Google Apify actor white paper, it will be the first result. You can learn more about the whole methodology and the thinking behind Apify actors. We call them actor because as human actors, they also perform a task based on a script. There are a lot of use cases that currently actors are doing: web scraping, web automation, data processing, AI agents, and many, many more. So again, the same paradigm, input and output, can be an actor. So who here has a code that fits this paradigm, which a software that takes an input and produces an output? And you think how to convert that into an actor? So for that, we have started actorization. So there are a few files that you just need to add to your code to actorize any software, any existing software. There are 5 files. First is actor.json, and second is Docker file. These 2 files are mandatory to make any software an actor. Rest 3 are optional. If you want, you can do it. Otherwise, it's not necessary. So the first file is actor.json, which is metadata. What's your actor name, and what's the version of the actor is, what is the build tag and environment variables they are using. Then there is Docker file, which tells the system how to build the Docker image of the actor and how to run it. Then input schema, what input your actor will expect. So the schema of the input, it's a JSON file, so you can define what input your software or actor will take. Similarly, the output schema, what output your actor will produce. And finally is the README thing. So it's not mandatory, but I recommend you to create it because it has an SEO effect, which I will tell you in the next few slides. But yeah, and then your code, the SRC file, the source code that you have. For example, Dockling, it's one of a very big PDF parsing tool, and they also work on the similar pattern. They take an input and produces an output in a file, and it's from IBM, and there are many such tools. So Apify saw that there are so many open source projects all over the world who are struggling with one problem, that is monetization, because they cannot maintain the project full time because they are not earning a penny from it, and it's such a nice software. They are such a nice software. They all do really good tasks, and they have no place on cloud. They cannot do marketing. They are doing some full-time work somewhere else. So through Apify, they can convert those tools, those open source repository, into actors and monetize it on our platform, and they can earn money through it. So Dockling did it. If you know about Sherlock repository, they are very big. They did it. Monolith did it. And what they are doing, they just add this .actor repository, a .actor folder into their open source repository and publish it on our platform. Users use it and pay for it, and they get the revenue from it. So this is how it works, and this is how you can convert your existing software into actors. But if you don't have any software, existing software, and you want to create an actor from scratch, we got you covered. We have ready-made templates. You can use it through Apify Console or Apify CLI. We have templates in Beautiful Soup, in Selenium. We have AI agent template from Crew AI, Langgraph, and we have our own library, Crawley, that I will tell you further. But in this talk, I will also give you a small demo of Apify CLI, how to create an actor using a template very quickly, and it will take hardly 2 to 3 minutes to create and publish an actor. So I'll show you the whole process. But how the actor code actually looks like. So let's go into it. This is the code of an actor that goes to an URL and scrape the title of that URL. As simple as that. So as I told you earlier, an actor has 3 parts: input, the code and the output. So the first part is actor input, where actor is taking an input, that is URL, and then it is scraping the whole thing and producing an output and pushing it to the data set, which is the last part, push output. So this is how the code look like. Now you must have a question, okay, everything is good, we know how to code, but how do we get to users? how we show this solution to the world? So that's where Appify stores come in. We have a huge customer base of more than 10,000 monthly active customers all around the world. They are looking for use cases such as anything that you are building. Many AI agents are there, travel agents and anything. There are many scrapers, Instagram scraper, LinkedIn scraper, and et cetera, et cetera. So you can build a use case and publish it on our platform, and many of our users will be interested in it. So you always have an unfair advantage of 10,000 customer base before. So you expose your solution in front of those people. But what about SEO and landing page? The marketing evil. Yeah, we got you covered about that too. Each actor have a separate landing page on our website. So you piggy bank on the very good SEO of Appify. So for example, if you publish a solution on your own website, it has very less chances to come up on the top of the Google search. But when you publish it on Appify, Appify already have a very good SEO. So whenever someone will search Google Maps scraper, for example, the top few results, Appify will be there. So you can use Appify SEO to piggyback on that. And also you can edit the README according to some keywords that you want to include there to be better at it if you know. And how to contact users. Each actor have a issues tab where your users can put a feature request, whatever they want from the actor, what they expect, what's going wrong and everything. So you can have a conversation with them there, just like GitHub issues. Or you have access to newsletters or emails that you can send to your users every month and have ask for feedback or some giveaway or whatever you want to do to communicate to your users. Yeah, so last month we paid more than $250,000 to our developer community, and we are really proud of it that we are building a developer creator economy. These creators are from Africa, from Southeast Asia, from Eastern Europe, and everywhere around the world, and they are developing such nice solutions, and our customers are using it. So yes, please be one of them if you are into web scraping or AI agents. We are really promoting it, and it's increasing month by month very exponentially. So it was $200,000 few months ago, and now it's 250,000. So it's increasing very rapidly. The next thing, so time to earn some money. How to monetize it in code. How to monetize your solution. So we have few monetization methods that you can use to monetize your software. The best one that we have right now is pay per event. So you can define any event in your code that you want to monetize. For example, let's say, I said it so many times, input, output, but your actor is producing some result. For example, if we are talking about Google Maps scraper, it is producing a result every time we are scraping. So you monetize every result that it is producing. That is an event. The result item is an event. So you can set up the monetization through console, and the event name will be result item. The title is result. The description is producing a single result, and you can set up the price whatever you want. So for example, I have set up the price $0.01 per result. And yes, that's all. And we have actor.charge method that you can put in your code in the end, and you can charge according to how many results that run has created. So the first part, again, the input, then the scraping part, the output, and then the actor.charge method, which is your monetization. So it's very easy to monetize things when you are creating an actor on Appify. And this is the link to a webinar that where I and our engineering team talked about this monetization method. So if you want to learn more how to implement it in specific use cases, there were Q&A and everything you can learn from. And that, yeah, we also have analytics. So we have profit analytics that you can see every day, how much profit you are getting, what is the margin, revenue, and cost of having that particular actor day by day. So you know how much you are earning, which day you are losing, what's going wrong, and everything. We also have user statistics, so you know how many paying users you have, how many free users you have, what's the conversion rate, total users, everything. We also have that export data button, so it's not just profit and users. There are a lot more of data that we provide to you. You just need to export that and download it into a CSV file. And yeah, so about billing, you don't have to worry about that too. We charge users by sending invoices, and we send invoice to our developers. You just have to approve it, and the money will be in your bank account every month on 10th or 11th of the month. So it's no issue. You don't have to worry about integrating any payment method or anything here. And then if you want to have, you want to do more marketing, our marketing team has created a actor marketing playbook in which we are sharing our experience of last more than 10 years of promoting many scraping solutions. And it's a step-by-step guide on each platform where you want to promote your actors or launch your software. So there will be a guide for product hunt. There will be a guide for social media channels. There will be a guide for how to do better SEO and everything. So this is for you. You can use it for your existing softwares too, not just for actors. So it's a very good thing that we have. And then, yes, we also have a Discord community. I manage this Discord community, and we have 11,000 developers building web scrapers, AI agents. They are talking. So if you want some help during during your development of actors or AI agents, you can ask any one of our community member. And I think there are so many active members. Someone will help you during it. We also do giveaways and office hours there. So it's nice if you want to learn more about this field. Yeah, so let's build, deploy, publish, and actor together very quickly. I will use Crawly for Python in this. Crawly for Python is one of our open source library that we have created, just like Scrapy, Beautiful Soup, but a little better. Crawly for Python has smart cross-site rotation, so you don't get blocked. It also have one single API for both headless and HTTP methods, so you don't have to use different libraries for it. And it has also auto-scaling, so you don't have to worry about scaling part of the scraping. You can scale as you want. So yeah, let's do a quick CLI try. May the live demo gods with me. Yeah, let's just change the display to mirror. Oh, okay. Just a minute. I'll reconnect in a minute. No. That's always thing. Okay. Is this mirror, guys? I cannot see it. Is it mirror? Oh, okay. No, it is. Okay, so let's open terminal. Can see anything? Yeah, is it visible? Okay. Okay, so yeah, the first command is, can I cannot, sorry. Maybe I'll try, just a minute. Oh, yay. So, yep, let's start by creating an actor, first of all. So we'll use one of the templates that I mentioned in the starting of the presentation, that we have a lot of templates. So the first command is, you obviously need to install Appify CLI before, but I have installed it for a quick demo. It's Appify create command. And, oh, sorry, what is the name of the actor? Let's say demo live. And which language do we want to use? Do you have any choice here? Do I have any choice? Python. And there are a lot of templates, as you can see. Beautiful Soup, Playwright plus Chrome, Selenium. You can also start with an empty Python project if you want to code by yourself some new library that you have created. Scrapy and everything else. There are AI agents, but I will use quickly Crawly plus Beautiful Soup in this. And I will install the template. So it will just, in a minute, create a virtual environment and install all the dependencies needed for this. So it should be done in a while. Cool. Now it got stuck. That's not nice. What's the error? Network connectivity. Now the internet gone. Let's connect via. So this never happened in the hall before I was here. Never. Let's wait for the internet again. Let's again try it. Demo live, Python, and Crawlyflower's beautiful zip, install template. Hopefully it will work. Seems like it is working, but it's my hotspot, so it will be slow. Meanwhile, should I experiment? No. Let's wait. It crossed the last path, I think. Yeah, cool, it is done. So the next command is Appify. We'll go to the folder that it created, demo live. Yes, so this is the path that, this is the folder that it created with that all the templates. Now we'll try to run the actor locally. So this actor is, I will tell you in before, it created an actor that will go to the URL of a website and crawl to all the pages of that particular URL. And scrape all the H1, H2s, and H3s of that particular website and every link on the homepage. So let's try to run. Meanwhile, I'll open it in the VS Code to show you. Yep, so this is the code that, no, this one not. Yeah, this is the code that the actor created. And you can see it has input, the scraping part, and the output. And meanwhile, it is completed. So you see it run the actor locally on my system. And if I go to the storage tab and see the data sets, and there are websites scraped already here, H1, H2s, and H3. Now, what if I want to publish it on Appify platform? I will just log in first to Appify. And yeah, I'll enter the token manually. I'll just copy paste this link. I've already logged in into my system, so it should be quick. I will just copy one of the tokens, enter it here, and I'm logged in into the platform. Now I just have to do Appify push to push it on the Appify platform to deploy it on the cloud. And now it will take 30 seconds, I think, to build an actor and publish it on the cloud of on Appify, and then we'll see it there. So yep, it's nearly done, build finished. And do I want to see it on the website? Yes, I do. Now you can see I have this actor published on Appify platform. You can see the code here. The main file again, the Docker file, the actor.json file, and everything. Yeah, and you can go to the publication part, click on publication to publish to store, and it will get published on Appify store as quick as that. So yep, this was about the CLI demo. I think I have only 2 minutes, right? Okay, so yeah, if you want to try Appify platform, I have a $100 free coupon for you. So PyCon IET is the code for it. So if you want to try Appify platform, this is the code for you. And if you are a creator, if you want to create it, we have a $6 plan that will give you $500 of credit for 6 months. So we support creators by giving free credits. And then if you want to connect me on LinkedIn, so sort of my name, you can ask me any question. But we also have Appify booth here. So talk with us about your specific software that you want to monetize, you didn't monetize ever, or anything specific. And we are also doing an AirPods giveaway every day, AirPods and AirTag giveaway. So if you come to our booth, try Appify platform, we'll give you a raffle ticket. And at 3:25 p.m. daily, we'll give out AirPods to someone. And you have 3 chances. So your raffle ticket will be there for 3 days. So the early you join, the more are the chances. And thank you so much for attending.
Thank you very much for the talk. So we have one question online, and as a reminder, you can go on the website on the talk page and then submit your question there. So first question is, how mature is data privacy and security in API, and how would you reassure a company on such concern?
Are you talking about the legal concerns, or like which perspective are we talking? Can you just explain it more?
Here says data privacy and security.
Yeah, so we never scrape behind login, and whatever we do is before login, so it's legal. And we have a whole blog post written on blog.apify.com about data privacy, legal concerns, and everything. And I expected this question, so just go there and read it. We also have a podcast with our legal team, which they are explaining everything about it. So please.
Thank you.
Just go to Apify blog and search for legal, and you'll get everything about it.
Is there any other question in the room? Questions?
Yeah, if you, even if you don't want to ask right now in front of everyone, you can come to our booth. I will be there. We have 3 more engineers from our team there, so you can talk as technical as you want with them. So no worries. If you have any question, anyone? Nothing.
I can see 3, 2. Yeah, one here. I need to give you.
Thanks. Did you insert some CI for testing this application before publish to your service to Apify?
So we have automated test for each actor that runs, I think, 2 times or 3 times a day, which test each actor based on the default input that they have. If they run correctly and produces a result in under 5 minutes, they are passed. Otherwise, they are shifted to under maintenance and no one can use it. So developers maintain their actors constantly. So there is a CI. It runs daily, twice, I think. Yep.
There is another question online. Scraping does often affect the scraped sites. How do you make sure to not disturb websites?
By following the rules of the website. And again, the blog explains it all. What are the procedures that we are following and how we are not affecting anyone.
Thank you. Any other question in the room? So thank you very much for the talk. The second talk of this morning. We have David here that came back also last year. I gave an amazing talk. And this year is going to talk about synthetic data. Just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute Q&A at the end of the session. You can submit your question. If you go on the website, there is a button called Ask a Question, I think, on the page of the talk. So you can submit your question there. I will read it for you. OK. The floor is yours. Thank you, David.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. And nice to be here. So I'm David. I do ML and DevRel. Used to do it at Hugging Face. Currently working for Puna and Jiskar. And Puna optimizes models. And Jiskar does LLM red teaming and evaluation. Last year, I gave a talk about data quality. And this year, I'm going to talk a bit about synthetic data. So it's really work that I did during the last year at Hugging Face and not directly related to Jiskar and Puna. So first things first, why was data important again? So data kind of functions as a mode, as a differentiating factor. Normally, you end up like with a lot of these wrapper companies just calling OpenAI API or something like that. And it's important to have your own data, either for fine-tuning your models for specific use cases, for like smaller, more efficient models, or actually using it for evaluation so that you actually know that your model functions well with whatever frontier model provider you end up using. And when you don't have data, then something like this happens. So your kind of competitors take over your castle, and then that's something that you don't want. So what do we want? We want to create some kind of differentiating factor, a mode, so to say. We want to fill that with data. And in case you don't have any data, what you can do is actually synthesize the data from scratch. And this is something that feels a bit like magic, maybe. But it's yeah, fairly approachable and doable for anyone out there. So you actually take some seed knowledge, some prior beliefs, some prompts that you have laying around, use a teacher LLM, generally a bigger model, then start generating and synthesizing data, but which you can use then for example, fine-tuning a student model, or actually for constructing evaluation data sets of some sort. So synthetic data sounds fancy, but actually it's just like a prompt and an LLM. And then you end up with like a nice cohesive data set that you can use. And why is it important for you? You can actually ensure that there's more data if you don't have any data. You can use it to, for example, rewrite data that's already there to improve the quality, for example, or the complexity or diversity. And you can use it to reduce costs, because when you do manual annotation and you actually need to do testing in production, you end up with this data set that is probably high quality and very nice, but also took a lot of time and man hours to collect, and maybe also risk of actually going on with demos in production. And then lastly, there's also the privacy aspect. So whenever you have private data, you would be able to use local LLMs to kind of rewrite that data into something that mimics your original data, but doesn't really directly come back to like the original data. So a lot of reasons to actually try it out. Then use cases for synthetic data. When I created the slides for the talks was a while ago. Then synthetic data was mostly used for LLMs, and then specifically for prose training, so supervised fine-tuning and preference tuning. But nowadays, it's actually being used for way more, like for LLMs, for VLMs, for post-training and pre-training. And on top of that, also for evaluations or fine-tuning more traditional models like classification models or RAG models or these kind of things. And then there's, for post-training, these taxonomy, so to say, for instructions, for preferences and critiques at first from this blog by Nathan Lambert. It's also being used for closed and open models and larger and smaller models. So there is this article from TechCrunch, and it highlights that OpenAI and all of the other frontier model providers are actually using synthetic data for fine-tuning their models, because nowadays all of the Wikipedia data, all of the Reddit data, all of the data out there in the internet has been curated, filtered, collected by them, and they actually need to have like more resources for gathering this kind of data. And recently also NVIDIA actually acquired Gradle AI, which is one of these major players in the synthetic data data space. So this also indicates that even companies like NVIDIA believe in synthetic data and the use thereof. And there's this cool reproduction of Hugging Face, working on like a reproduction of every step in the pipeline for the DeepSeek R1 model to make it fully open source and reproducible. So if you're interested in that, it's also interesting to check that out. So we have an LLM and a prompt. We could wrap it in a for loop of some sorts, and then you have synthetic data, right? So it's relatively easy. But in practice, it's not really that easy, and there's some nuances and some research papers that went into this entire process. And I will go over some one by one, specifically focus on the preference data or post-training data in LLMs, just to give some more nuance and best practices on how to approach your own synthetic data pipeline. So one of the earlier applications of synthetic data was within self-instruct. And this is some research from Stanford NLP, where they took 175 seed instructions, decided to enhance these seed instructions by prompting TextDaVinci 3, and prompting it over and over again while injecting various categories for the specific task that you wanted to solve. For example, brainstorming or information seeking or some of these more specific tasks that you see within the fine-tuning datasets for LLMs. And they did this over and over again, expanded their entire dataset to 52K seed instructions from the 175 manual seed instructions. And then used Meta, like the first version of the Meta model series, to generate completions for this. So they ended up with this 52K nicely curated dataset, synthetically generated from the 175 examples, fine-tuned the model on top of that, Alpaca 7B, and that model was at the time state-of-the-art, doing very well on benchmarks and such. And it was like one of the earlier applications of synthetic data. But as you can imagine, there were like issues with this model. As with most models, it was hallucinating, toxic, enforcing stereotypes. And this is one example where the model kind of explains that 42 is the optimal seed for some reason. And that's something that you normally want to avoid. So that this is actually enforcing also the beliefs that were already in the models, either Meta or TextDaVinci 3. And normally this is also one of the reasons that even with synthetic data, you still want to look at your data, evaluate, understand what's going on. And that's one of the important things to keep in mind. It's not really a silver bullet, it doesn't work for everything, but it's just a way to go quicker to a demo or having your initial data set. So one of the things that you can do, for example, for synthetic data is this basic rewriting that I was kind of hinting towards earlier. So normally you would, for example, evolve your data over multiple iterations. Then after a first iteration of rewriting, you would curate and filter and evaluate, and then maybe reuse that data again for the next iterations. And there's also this interesting approach that I've seen being used for retrieval augmented generation datasets. Normally, a lot of people have their actual documents that they want to use for RAG, but you don't have the queries or the interactions that humans might have with your database, your LLM, your knowledge system. So you would be able to, for example, take a document chunk and a prompt for actually composing a potential query, so to say, that a user might phrase. And based on that, you can already, before actually putting your RAG pipeline into production, already generate your data set, optimize and fine-tune your model, and then you end up with a better baseline to start from, so to say. And there's also this Hugging Face space, the dataset rewriter, where you can prompt and then the dataset automatically gets adapted and rewritten, which is quite cool to play around with. So also for preferences, there has been a pivotal moment or a very relevant paper. And in this case, it's the ultra feedback paper, where initially there was a pool of seed instructions, so for supervised fine-tuning of LLMs from UltraChat, ShareGPT, Flan. And what the idea was is if we take this entire pool, then take a model pool to generate completions with different kinds of models, we end up with getting a very high diversity, potentially high quality data set, and we can actually compare the models that perform better on certain tasks than other tasks, and then we would used, let's say, GPT-4 for annotating and reviewing this data set, so actually using LLMs as a judge, where normally also the bigger models like GPT-4 or Claude and such are better judges, so to say, and have better alignment with human judgment. In this case, they used instruction following, truthfulness, honesty, and helpfulness as factors for quality, with some like description as to what each one of these categories means. Also within this data, synthetic data pipeline, so to say, there were problems again. So one code problem leading to score computations from 1 going to 10. So if the evaluation was 1, it was actually interpreted by the code to determine the preference pairs to be 10, leading to these weird preference pairs being swapped out. So on the right-hand side, you can actually see one where the prompt was like which one is an animal, book, or a pen. And then the chosen response is complete nonsense, but still got the 10 score. So the Hugging Face research team actually fine-tuned a model on top of this data set, which was performing very well. But then what we did, we cleaned the data set, used the exact model configuration for fine-tuning, and then fine-tuned another model, which of course performed better because we looked at the data and saw that there were some errors within there. And one of the other findings is that generally, like having more general scores to evaluate works perfectly fine, instead of having all of these different nuances with helpfulness and instruction following and these kind of things, because on average, apparently it's more or less the same as when you would prompt an overall evaluation by an LLM. So for judging and rationale, what you can do is use rubrics for scoring, so give like nuanced and explicit definitions of how to evaluate the input and the response. Critiques, normally, like reasoning and such, those are quite expensive because all of the tokens that you need to generate on top of the score, basically. And what you can do is align your prompt better with human judgment by few-shot prompting. This generally helps already with like only a couple of examples, and you can actually ensure that your entire data set is a bit better than you would expect without few-shot prompting. For chat generation, there's been this quite cool paper called Magpie. And what they did within this paper was actually abuse the autoregressive factors of an LLM by initially just forwarding the pre-query template. So normally you have this chat template where you have like a user ID, a user token where the user generation starts, and then assistant token where the assistant generation starts. And what the paper did was just provide the user token and then start generating the prompt based off of that. So you would end up with just having an LLM, no C data, no idea of what you want to synthetically generate, but just providing the user token and then start generating. Then you stop at the end of the user turn, and then you actually have these high-quality prompts on which the LLM was in theory trained as well. So this is a pretty cool approach, and you can also do this like for the assistant response, then again for the user response, and then you can actually start generating this multi-turn chat data set. So we decided to also work on this to create a high-quality Magpie data set. We grabbed Llama 3.1, 4.5b, and then with 8-bit precision, and started applying this in practice. What we found was that there were too many duplicates in the data set, or we didn't find it ourselves actually, but like users in the community started complaining, saying, okay, this is not working, did you look at your data? So we also forgot to look at our data in this case. And the categories that we were generating were mostly related to math and physics and these kind of things. So this is also something that you would be able to resolve by controlling the categories that you're generating, so to say, by injecting them in, for example, the system prompt or within in whatever prompt that you're focusing on while generating data. And then you would also be able to sample according to a distribution based on the distribution that you're aiming for within your synthetic data set. So a brief recap of what we've seen until now. Yes, synthetic data is LLM and prompting, but you can also do things to actually ensure that the quality is better by rewriting, evaluating, and evolving your data. And after that, also filtering to already get rid of the bad examples. On top of that, what you would be able to do is also ensure for better diversity by injecting these categories, using multiple models, as we've seen with ultra feedback, or actually changing the generation arguments for the LLMs to ensure that, for example, you take a higher temperature during generation, which will likely lead to more diverse data. Then evaluating synthetic data, it can be done by in a smart way instead of doing everything manually. So normally what we recommend is doing feature engineering first, doing some like assessment, adding some features, and then doing curation after. This can be done by domain experts, but also by LLMs or whatever model that you want to use for that. And there's some curation tools. I used to work at Argilla. It's quite cool, open source, not actively maintained anymore. But on top of that, there's also this list of ZenML of nice open data annotation tools that I recommend checking. So evaluating synthetic data, but also data in general. I recommend using basic heuristics if you want to have a model that's generally shorter, so generally more brief in its responses, then just filter out based on the length of the responses. Like a basic heuristic, but it can already help you a lot. You can do things like topic modeling to understand what's in your data, use embeddings to, for example, deduplicate your data based on embeddings. Classifiers, they are cheap and quite useful, especially if you do like huge scale data sets. And you can use LLMs as a judge, but also it's important to remain vigilant and actually check what the LLM is evaluating and judging. You don't need to check everything manually, but at least to understand some like general process. And there's also this collection of models, classification models that you can use for dataset curation. So I recommend checking it out as well. For synthetic data generation, there's various tools that you can use. I think these are the major ones I've seen come by. Distillable is something that we worked on at Argilla as well, and it's this like basically an application framework for, but then specifically for synthetic data generation. And Distillable itself is really nice. It implements MagPy and all of these cool research papers, but it's kind of scientific and maybe a bit difficult to adapt to your specific use case. Then there's Bespoke Labs Curator. This is more intuitive and takes a more Pythonic approach to actually defining these pipelines. It also allows you to add your custom prompts and these kind of things in. And then lastly, there's mostly AI, and this is specifically a synthetic data generator for tabular data. It's kind of seen as the competitor to Gradle, the one that got acquired by NVIDIA, but this one is really open source, so you can use whatever you want, whenever you want it. Then for prompting, because also synthetic data is an LLM plus a prompt, so there's a lot of ways to actually optimize these prompts. There's outlines, which you can use for structured generation for regex, Pydantic, and JSON, and all these kind of things. But it's used for local models when you actually have access to the weights, structure generation, but then for remote models. And it does that to API call corrections. Then there's DSPy as well to optimize prompts, either by calling, using multiple prompt calls to optimize it, or by fine-tuning the model weights a bit. Then tools for data curation. Nomic Atlas is really nice. If you were to want to do topic modeling and understand what kind of data is within your data set, Nomic Atlas embeds everything, does some 2D visualization, and then you can really scroll through, annotate, and understand what's in your data and in specific sections of your data. And it's also a tool that people actually use to find out that our MagPy data set wasn't like diverse enough, so to say. Then there's Minish Labs. These are two cool guys from Belgium, I think, that collaborated on this research institute, creating a new sexy variant of model of static embeddings that's actually better than Word2Vec and GloVe and these. embeddings by applying a bag of tricks, as they like to call it. They have a cool blog post introducing how this works exactly. So check that out. But basically, it's 500 times faster than sentence transformers. So if you work with huge data sets and you want to quickly process them and deduplicate them, you can use Model2Vec and their SemHash library, which actually implements Model2Vec to do semantic deduplication. So initially generate a lot of embeddings, then determine the most relevant exemplars, and then get those within your data set when you're fine-tuning a model. So now we talked about a lot of these different components and prompts and these kind of things, but just to give you an idea of a pipeline that I built last year to create this open like image preference data set. This is what a normal pipeline looks like. So you have your seed data that you load in, then maybe you do this category injection to get more diverse prompts. Then you might rewrite or evolve the prompts according to different scenarios. In this case, we decided to rewrite the prompts according to more stylized characteristics for image generation. And also doing that the same for a higher quality, more diverse prompt, so to say. Then what we did was use like multiple image generation models like Stable Diffusion and Flux, different families, model families to ensure it's more diverse. And then eventually what you would be able to do is use a VLM as a judge. In our case, we actually annotated all of these photos ourselves together with the community. But what you now would be able to do is also, for example, use a VLM just to make it easier for you to go through the data. And this is what it looks like, kind of, the like stylistic and quality rewrites where you initially have your original prompt, Mayan, Quetzalcoatl, biomutant. Then the stylized aspect that we added would add anime style concept art to it. Then the quality would add like a dystopian world, vibrant colors, 4K. And apparently when you actually add this quality aspects to your prompt, the quality of the images also improve significantly. And this dataset is actually published if anyone wants to play around with it. So there's some takeaways on synthetic data. It helps you improve quality, scarcity, privacy, and cost. It can be used for fine-tuning or evaluation. And it is not limited to fine-tuning LLMs, but you can fine-tune whatever model you want, given that you've properly constructed your data set, of course. And it isn't a solved problem yet. There's a lot of companies that are using it or playing around with it, but it's not fully there yet. And human evaluation or LLM evaluation, if you want to make it a bit easier, is key. But you can also do that in a smart way by initially filtering, adding features to your data set, and then ending up already with a somewhat pre-filtered data set before you actually go in with resources like humans and LLMs that are like quite expensive if you do that on top of an entire data set. There's this thing that we built last year, the synthetic data generator. And it's this Docker image that you can actually boot up, connect to whatever API you want, and then prompt to gather your data set. So for, in this example, there's like a text classification data set. You can decide what your data set should look like, determine the number of rows, and then the data set will be generated in the exact format that you need for fine-tuning a model with transformers as a library. And that's also publicly available open source, so play around with it. And that's a wrap. So I'm not sure if there's questions. If anyone wants socials, contacts, collaborations, codes, the slides to this presentation, or others, or Grappa, then yeah, reach out or scan the QR. And there's some stickers as well for Pruna, Jiskar, and Hugging Face, if anyone's interested.
Nice. I think we will want stickers. So thank you very much for the talk and for bringing stickers. So we have one question online. As a reminder, you can go on the webpage of this talk. There is a button, Ask a Question, and I will read it out for you. So first question, for tabular data, are there any advantages of this technique compared to use statistical generator methods like Monte Carlo, bootstrapping, etc.?
I'm not entirely sure. don't do tabular synthetic data generation normally. So yeah, probably reach out to someone from mostly AI or like one of the other tabular data generators. There's some out there, but mostly AI is for sure open source, and they claim to be the best in that area. So.
Thank you. Is there any question in the room? If you have, raise your hand. Yeah.
You showed the generation of synthetic questions for retrieval, for RAG.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you handle cases in which maybe you don't find the document that's related to the question, but the other documents in the first positions are actually relevant? I don't know if you've worked on metrics regarding RAG or using these.
No, so the idea for this, or at least something that I would recommend is, for example, already clustering some of the documents based on embeddings. Then you would be able to combine all of these documents in one prompt, then prompt like, okay, what would be like a general query, what that would hit these documents. Again, it might take some iteration, but at least to get started, it's super nice to already have your documents, then you would directly be able to generate a data set on top of that. And I think the synthetic data generator tool that I mentioned actually has some pipelines specifically for this, and also for generating data sets for retrieve augmented generation. So if you don't want to like fully set up your pipeline yourself, you can play around with that tool. It should be easy enough to deploy.
Thank you. So we have other question coming up. So how do you use synthetic data in LLM evaluation and red teaming?
Yeah, so that's something that you can do as well, and that's something that Giscard, the company I work for, is doing too. By, for example, doing something similar as this. You have your document chunk, you know your reference answer, and based on that you would kind of prompt an LLM to phrase questions in such a way that that is kind of ambiguous, or maybe might evoke some things like reactions that you don't want your LLM to make. Some examples are like racism, discrimination, and at times, yeah, if you prompt the LLM in a wrong way, it ends up being kind of racist. And then you can ensure by mimicking a prompt in a correct way to lure that reaction out.
Cool. Next question. Is there any research or findings you would like to share on the best mix of synthetic and real-world data?
I know that like the small LM series, I'm not sure if everyone is familiar, but Hugging Face did this research initiative to create smaller language models that are quite good at what they do. They're called Small LM, and they open sourced everything from the synthetic data generation pipelines to the actual fine-tuning code. And within the Small LM2 series, they also have this explicit explanation as to how much to mix like synthetic and real data. So they found a mixture. I don't think they have done specific research into this, but they just like tried and evaluated like empirically.
Thank you. So there is one on classification. Is there a way you can think of to classify some existing data into classes, then use this data to fine-tune a transformer-based model?
Yeah, so you can use, for example, zero-shot classifiers, topic modeling. I'm not sure if the classes are predetermined. But yeah, there's various approaches you can take for this. But yeah, you can also prompt an LLM to classify or determine the topics for you. There's this BERT topic library that either does this through like embeddings or does this through LLMs as well. So it might be interesting to check that one out.
Thank you. We still have 1 minute for question. Not sure if anyone has one. Oh, okay.
You talk about using synthetic data for solving some data quality problem.
Mm-hmm.
What about if we have some anomalies and some missing data? Mm-hmm. Especially if you work with time series data, you have mm-hmm. some example of or library to interpolate missing data and solve anomaly in time series?
Yeah, so for like these approaches that I mostly talked about, it's based on LLMs, and LLMs aren't good at time series. But the mostly AI tabular data library I mentioned, that specifically focuses on this. So I know that you can also do this like they call it probing, I think, where you give some definitions for the data, like the range of the floats that you want to generate. And then given the distribution of the data you already have, and the range that you provide, the model that they researched and published, they is able to pick up on that specifically. So that would fit your use case. Yeah. Yeah, mostly AI is open source. They open sourced their solution like 3-4 months ago, and now it's there to stay. Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We're at time. Thank you for your talk.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, continue talking.
Hi, everyone. So, third talk of the day in Tortellini. We have Marcelo here that is going to talk about generative AI, specifically with Pydantic AI and Logfire. So we're going to have a Q&A at the end, but also if you want to have a question, I will try to pass the microphone during the talk, right?
I make him run, so if you have questions, just raise your hand and then he'll be running.
But please make them online so my life will be easier. But anyway, thank you for
I
coming.
can repeat the question as well so people see.
Okay. Thank you for coming. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Applause. Thank you. Yeah, people are still coming in. Anyway, I'll start anyway. So, I gave this talk sometimes already. I hope people usually get disappointed in the beginning because it's a live demo. So people usually say, oh, another live demo and stuff. But let's try to make it fun and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to be talking about generative AI monitoring with Pydantic AI and Logfire. And I have a QR code, so you know who I am. But I maintain Starlet, UVCon, and now I'm helping on Pydantic AI. I work at Pydantic, the data validation package and stuff. They create a company, and I'm working on Logfire and Pydantic AI. And this talk, well, it was a bit open when I started this. So I actually proposed what you wanted to do, and then I was going to teach how to use Pydantic AI and Logfire together. But I gave this talk sometimes, and I think the best approach is to actually teach you how to use it. So who has used Pydantic AI already? Okay, a minority, so which makes it great, because you're going to learn how to use it. Okay, but for those who have used it, hope I can, I don't know, teach you something. If not, you ask difficult questions and make the guy run. What's your name? Eduardo. Easy name. So let's go. How do I close this? I don't know. Can I do this? Haha. This is bad. Oh, no. Let's go to main 4. So we start the talk with main 4. Highly prepared. Those are my slides. Let me close some stuff. Not using agentic stuff. Anyway, so I know how to use the ID. Let's start with how to create an agent. Okay? Oh yeah, by the way, Pydantic AI is an agentic framework. So you communicate with the LLM, and then you tell the LLM what you can do for it. And then the LLM says, oh, I want to use this. Or the LLM does more magic stuff, but the agentic kind of helps on this, how to communicate and how to give, how this interaction works. So we're going to start with the basics. So from Pydantic AI, import agent. And then we're going to create the most simple agent that we can have. Okay? Well, since we are Pydantic, we know about type stuff. Okay? So what it means is that we can provide functionalities that actually help you to code and make it easy on the development. So which means if I do this, I'm going to have autocompletion, which I see all the LLM and providers that you can use. So we're going to use a famous one, because everybody knows, but we can switch if it doesn't work properly as I expect. Okay? Sometimes it happens. LLM stuff, you know, that randomized that everyone sees on LinkedIn. So we're going to start with the easiest stuff. We're going to just create this agent, and we're going to run sync, and then ask, for example, what? Hey, I don't see my autocompletion here. My Copilot is not working. Well, let's see. No, I'm saying this. I'm saying this because I need to interact with LLMs anyway. So, what day is today? If it doesn't work, then I'm gonna need internet. So let's see what happens here. So we're just gonna get the result, and we're gonna just print the output. Okay, just asking, and then this is gonna call the LLM, and with this prompt and something. Oh, wrong file. Sorry. I am on main 4. Thank you. Common confusion. So, okay. So it actually told me, no, hold on, people. So stressed. I need to give a talk here. So anyway, so thank you for showing up for my stand-up. So the LLM was trained at some point in time, right? At some point in the past, and it cannot know which day is today. So what we can do is that we can provide some tools like 2 hours. Yeah, got it? Yeah, sorry. We can provide tools, which means we say to the LLM, hey, I have this amazing function, and the LLM goes and says, I want to use you. And then it goes back to my agent, and then the agent calls this tool. Okay, we're going to do this very quickly. So we're going to try to provide a tool that actually tells what day is today. So we're going to do toolplane. The difference between toolplane and tool is that with tool you can pass context, the run context. I'm going to show you in a bit. But we're going to use toolplane because we don't need anything else. So we're going to just do get current date. And at this point, I will just wait for Copilot to complete for me, but it seems it's not working. So let's try to remember how it is. Data time something, is it? Today, no, now. Dot date, thank you. And then, what else? And what? Dot today, amazing. And then, but then you need, how to do this time? And then how do you do, I think it's like this, year, month with this? This is crazy. It's like old days. And the, is it D? I don't know. It's not a joke. I never gave this talk without internet. I don't know what's happening. Maybe if I reload the IDE, it makes it happen? Is what? Is it small? Small M? So you have, well, I see you have opinions. So let's see. Oh, sorry, but then, yeah. So now let's try and see what happens. Without looking. No, let's see. Okay, it got the right date, right? Yes. So wait, are you seeing the code? Yeah, you are. But now we question what's really happening. I know it gave me the right answer. So that's where it comes to the point that I work for a commercial company, and then I use a nice product, and we're gonna see what stuff that's happening. So logfire.configure. Yeah, I told you, it was the reload, software engineer. So, and then I'm gonna do logfire instrument Pydantic AI, and then now complete something for me? No, I need to give some, AI nowadays. So I just put a logfire instrument Pydantic AI, and I'm already going to have something, but I want to show you the more than that. So I'm gonna also instrument HTTPX. That is it's the underneath HTTP client that we use in Pydantic AI, okay, to call the LLMs and to maybe retrieve some images depending on what you're doing. So, and I'm gonna capture all. This is just for the sake, again, of capturing the whole context of what is happening, okay? Logfire is an observability platform, and I'm just gonna show you. This is the Python package. It's a layer on top of OpenTelemetry. And yeah, we're gonna see what happens now. Oh. Okay. This is just the console. We want to see the terminal. Oh no, I don't know how to switch. Oh, nice. So yeah, can you see stuff? Boom, boom, yeah. So if I click here, this is one of the spans, the root span. I'm gonna see already all the conversation that happened. It's a short conversation. So I asked, what day is today? And the LLM said, I want to use the get current date too. And then it used the get current date too. And then it gives, I as an agent, I call this function, and then I give it back to the LLM. The LLM now added a today is and formatted in string in a nice way that you can read. And then that's how we got it back. So with using Logfire, you can actually see what happened on each step. You can also see the tool that I had that was run, and also the, well, the whole thing that happened, okay? So yeah, this is it. A guy left, so now we start the real talk. No, just kidding. And then that's what you have for with using Logfire. So we're gonna see and evolve this example to get something more interesting. So what it was? Yeah. So the idea is that when we pass the context, so when we pass the function tool, here I'm passing the function name, get current date. If I change that name to something like potato, the LLM cannot know that I'm sending that, and it's probably not going to use it. I say probably because usually some older LLMs just tried all tools, or depending on the LLM, it just tries. I assume this is not going to use, and it's going to send me the wrong date, or it's not going to know. Yeah. So in this example, it actually didn't use the potato function because the potato name doesn't make sense to be used, kind of. You know? That said, I can pass a docstring that will also be provided as a description to the LLM. So how is it, Copilot? Amazing. So I put it here, and then now, please use it. You see that the potato was actually used, and I actually have the right date. Okay, and you can pass some other stuff, like for example, what can I pass here? Date. String, and then I can define how that looks like. Args in the format. Amazing. Well, it doesn't sound very useful, right? But I mean, you can pass also parameters to the thing. Let's go back because this example was not very good. So let's remove this. Okay, cool. And then, okay, let's try to evolve. Let's see my notes. Okay, now this is one of the points. Now we're going to see what else can you do with Pydantic AI. You can add, for example, imagine that I have something more interesting that today, what day is today, but something, for example, what is the capital of France? And then you actually want to something more structured. You don't want just a string as an output. You want something like, well, that's really knows it's me here. But let's change the name here. Get current date. Current date. But for example, country. And then you can define it as a type dict or as a base model or a data class. It doesn't matter. Pydantic use type adapter underneath and validates the output anyway. So it doesn't matter what you use. And then we're going to get then the capital, for example. And we're also going to get the population. Okay? And then we're going to run this. Now, we still maintain the tool because it's probably not going to be used anyway. But then, now I have, oh, sorry, I forgot to put the output type, which is country. Now it becomes more interesting. Well, it's wrong. But the point is, well, I expect I can improve this. The population of the country. Oh my God, I need to write everything myself. So yeah, let's try it now. This description also passed anyway. Okay, got better. So this is the population, 70 million. It's the population of France. Should have changed a bit since 2024 or something. But as you see, the LLM will now send the JSON format and will be validating with Pydantic underneath. Okay, so this is something we have as well. Something else that you can pass is, for example, instructions that I should have mentioned in the beginning as well. So, for example, you always reply sarcastically. Is that sarcastically? Well, now it's a word. Sarcastically. No, I prefer my version. So we're going to remove the output so we can have, I don't know, some kind of better output. Where is PyCon Italy in 2025? Let's see what it says. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, because I totally have a crystal ball that shows me the location of blah, 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 blah. Unfortunately, as of now, PyCon Italy hasn't announced, well, this, again, last year. But now we actually, well, for the purpose of the talk and to teach you, I actually need to show you how to achieve this. So we're going to now use a built-in tool, Pydantic AI tools. Is it tools? No, it's common tools. Common tools. Tavli import. No, is it like this? Tavli. Sorry. Okay, with this tool, this is like Google. It's a paid service, but it has a free tier. So I'm just going to call it. I'm going to use, the LLM is going to have access to this tool. So it's going to call, so I can, as an agent, call this Tavily search, and then I get some results. It's like allowing the agent to call Google, pretty much, in simple terms. So if I added, what is the agent? Here. Okay, I'm going to, now you always reply seriously. That's how you write it. So tools, you just add this tool, okay? And then this is a bit irrelevant for the time being, so I'm going to remove it, so it makes it simple. This is also irrelevant. Let's try to make it short. And now let's try to see what happens. Sorry, those computers. Okay, let's see what happened. As of now, wow, that's so sad. Oh, wait, that's... Oh, I need the API key. That makes more sense. Yeah, I had it included. Or, oh, let's be type safety. Tavily API key, assert, Tavily. Huh, that's how you do typing. So, how's it? Yeah. So this is, yeah, for those who don't know, this is just to make sure that Tavily after this line is a string. So you see, string. I just, really? Ah, okay. No, but like, I have more 15, or I have 10. Ah, okay. So now I'm gonna, no, I'm just kidding. Okay, so now we try again. Okay, it called, and then it's useless. Is it? Yeah, it's useless, crazy. So one thing we can try is to change the model to see if it actually, well, we can actually see what's sent to the tool. So we can see it actually sent like this, and it didn't find it. So maybe if it tried to send some different query, it would work. But I'm going to try to improve the workflow so we don't depend on... well, actually, I can show you another, how it will work with another... what is my auto-completion? Anthropic, Claude. Oh, I'm using an old version, but that's work. Yep. Let's see if it works. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, I'm going to make it work. I see worry faces. So... you are welcome, Anthropic. But anyway, okay, suppose we go back to OpenAI because, you know, our company are satisfied with their service, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So now we're going to give a bit more power to it. We're going to actually go to main PY. Does it work? Ha, it actually works. So let's get back, and this is pretty much the same example. I'm just giving instructions. You are a helpful assistant that can search the web. Don't ask questions. Sometimes the LLM goes back to you asking questions, and I'm giving a talk, so I asked the question. No, just kidding. And then, I mean, I just wanted to be directly and try to force it, but we can actually remove it and see what happens, and then we add and see what happens as well. And instead of this, the question was, what was the question? Where is... This is so much work. Up. Boom. And then we can try this. Now we need to run the MCP. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell about MCP. Who knows what MCP is? Okay, then you can go to your person next to it and explain it. No, that's good. MCP is a new specification. It's called Model Context Protocol. It's a way to give more context away. There are many ways you can give more context to the LLM, and it kind of defines how are those ways. For our purposes and for this talk, it's going to only provide tools, but it can also provide other kind of things that you can read on the documentation. But yeah, so, or talk to me later, whatever. We're going to try to run this, and let's see what happens. We're going to go to Logfire. Where is it? Arrive, yeah. So it's calling the agent, and then we can see what's happening here. GPT called, And then, did it got the right thing? Well, that's kind of useless, huh? I couldn't find, however, PyCon Italy is traditionally. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you what the idea was here. The idea is that I'm gonna call the MCP server that's from Playwright, which means it's gonna open the browser and you're gonna see things interacting. But it doesn't seem it actually call. Oh, and that's why on my previous talk, I added the use the browser. Because now, if it doesn't work, I'm gonna use Anthropic. So it called Tavily, and then Tavily again. It likes to Google. It's like old days, you remember? And then, well, it did search correctly, so it didn't have the need. So let's make it a bit more, let's ignore the Tavily and then see the browser, because for talk purposes, it's actually nice to see the browser. Ha, interaction. Boom. And then so the idea is that it navigates to the page. I actually got it right. And it uses Playwright. So it goes and gets information on, actually it's getting on YAML format, and it knows what it can click, and etc. Do I have time, or how does it work? Is 5 minutes like with Q&A already? Or I have more? Okay. So that's MCP. So the idea, I don't know if you saw on LinkedIn, but everybody's talking about this, is that you can actually create a lot of tools inside this MCP server, and you can provide this as a single thing, like what I'm doing. Okay, so that's pretty much the idea. Yeah, other things that I have. So this is all the basics about Pydantic AI that you can already use to develop your agentic workflows and stuff. What I have more here on this thing that I got yesterday is I can talk about evals. Who knows what evals are? Okay, so I don't know much about them, but I can explain you the basics. The basics that you want to, well, test the LLM, and you cannot use normal ways of unit testing and stuff, or you can, but I don't know much stuff about it. And we have an easy and agnostic framework that you can use it, so it doesn't mean that you need to use Pydantic AI. You can use other agentic frameworks, but still use our Pydantic AI Pydantic evals framework, yeah. My brain got confused. So the idea is that you define your, it's the same code pretty much. You define your agent, and then somewhere else you have a script that runs with a data set and many cases that you want to make sure that are actually passing, and then do it. Yeah, and then you can make sure that the LLM, the agent works as expected. So for example, here I have some cases. This is an NVIDIA recent value loss, for example. Why did NVIDIA lose value 2 days ago? So this is the input, and this is the expected output, okay? And then what you use as what we call evaluators is something you can define. You can define your own, but in this case, it's an LLM. So an LLM is going to judge the output of another LLM. That's pretty much how it works using this evaluator. But you can define your own, and et cetera, et cetera. You can read all in the documentation. And you can run, and then you have a nice output. So if I run evals, I think this is going to fail because of the path I am. Is it? No, it works. So what's happening is calling those cases, all the cases, and we're going to see what happens. Let's go to Logfire to see how interactive that is. Many calls. Come back again. I cleared too much? I think I cleared too much. Yeah, it's here. It's still running? It's still running. Yeah. It's going to run for a bit. I thought it was faster. Oh, yeah. So you can see all the evals that happen. So you can see those two cases. The first was the NVIDIA one. And then on Logfire, you can see it like this. And then you can have all the cases that you have. So if you have multiple cases, and then you can make sure that your agent actually does what you expect it to do. Yeah, I think we can go to Q&A.
Nice. Thank you for your talk. We have a lot of questions.
Thank you.
So lots of questions. We start with a spicy one. So what are the things that you try to improve versus competitors, like LangGraph on Langsmith, and what are you still catching up on?
I mean, I think that we bet the most, I guess, in the beginning, and why we chose to do it is that developers will bet on us because we already have a name on the ecosystem. That's the main point. Also, we noticed everybody was using Pydantic underneath to do structured output and all that stuff. So we decided to do as well, like it makes sense in that terms. We are catching up. There are some features we need to still catching up, like feature parity with some stuff. Yeah, that's the main thing. So we just go feature by feature to just make sure that every workflow is supported.
Cool. There are a few questions around local LLMs. So are Pydantic agents compatible only with provider models, so they can also function with local LLMs through frameworks like Llama CPP or Olama?
What is it? So if I run it here, and someone asked the same question last time, so I'm prepared. So I have, what is it? Is it here? Yeah. So is it Python 2? No, Python 4, main 4. No, 3. Yeah, so you can see this is, you define a local provider. So this is the one, it's already running the Llama 3.2 in my computer. And it's defined here. And then, well, I can just run this code. Last time it worked. What was the prompt? Yeah, find me maintainers of Pydantic. I'm not sure if this part will work, but the idea is that, well, it's already running. For the purpose of the question, you can use local LLMs. It might fail, yeah, as you see, but because of the structured output, the way we do doesn't work properly with local models. But we are solving it, but if I just remove this, for example, it will work. I don't even need to look. You can go to the next question.
Cool. I think it's a bit similar to the first one. Why should I use Pydantic AI instead of OpenAI agents SDK? I'm only interested in OpenAI models.
I mean, one of the points is really I mean, that's a good question. One of the points is really the not have locked in with their code, because the idea is that you're here. If one day you are unsatisfied, you can just switch. The other idea is that we kind of get the best of all the agentic framework and all the providers, because we check everyone to see they're compatible. So for example, Anthropic, in my opinion, has a better API. So we kind of try to enforce what's the best for the others, and it makes more clean code inside. So yeah, I guess that's the question.
Cool.
That's the answer.
Is there any additional prompting happening behind the scenes, or are the instructions you provide to the model the only input?
For structured output, I think there is, I know, something like, this is the final result, you should validate, something like that. I don't remember what's exactly the prompt. It's like a description for the output. Yeah, it's kind of a description for that we manually added. Besides that, on retry as well, for example, if validation fails, we send one request more with the Pydantic error, so it can retry and give the right data. I guess that's it.
Cool. One on Logfire. Is Logfire more towards production monitoring or debugging?
So that's a good question, because we actually have been brainstorming. Fun words. No, some people really like to use as a dev tool, but the purpose and how people are, well, I use as a dev tool because I'm using Pydantic AI, but we have our customers use for production. But we have a generous free tier. which also helps for development. Well, to answer the question without confusing them, we are also still trying to find out if people like us better for development, but Logfire is a general purpose observability, and it's made for production. People just like to use it as a developer tool as well.
Okay. Let's see. 10 seconds, so I don't think we have time for another question. But you will stick around, I guess, during the conference.
Oh, sorry. Can that guy answer a question? He raised his hand.
Yeah, well, there
just
is. Okay, quickly, because I think.
Well, I don't like opinions.
I saw that two questions was like how to use Pydantic AI over other framework like small agents or LangGraph. As a user of Pydantic AI and contributing sometimes, like especially with Bedrock for Amazon. So the main benefit is when you go to production with that, the integration with Pydantic, all the strict typing, and all the like the transformation of your response and all this stuff, make this more Pythonic and production ready than other frameworks. That's my point of view.
Wants to join the company, huh? Are you Brazilian? Me too.
Cool. Dan, thank you very much for your talk.
You're welcome. And welcome back after lunch for the afternoon session. And now on stage will be Fabio Pilger, which is a long-time member of the PyCon Italia family, and we will talk about PyScript and Python in the browser. A big round of applause.
Oof. Thank you all very much for coming. Sorry in advance for all mistakes that are going to be made. And this is, I'm hoping to have an interactive session where we can go over together. I honestly, in full transparency, I finished the slides 10 minutes ago. So we're going to improvise. But those are the best ones. We're going to have fun either in a very good way or in a very bad way. I also would like, well, I'll get to there in a second. So just the talk, I should have chosen a smaller title because I realize it's too big. But anyway, we're going to be talking about Python, Python in the browser, and the things that we've learned over the last couple of years. And some surprising things that come with executing Python in the browser, and hopefully with some meaningful use cases and examples. So, first of all, this is actually a Python app running on the browser. If you want to get the slides, you can scan your QR code. It should load in most phone browsers. If it doesn't, change your phone. But a couple of examples will not run in the mobile browsers for some reason that I will explain later. But this is one of the cool things about Python in the browser. You can actually run things in anywhere a browser can. So we didn't realize when we launched PyScript that that would be the case. So after some time, this guy right here in the front texted me and was like, look, I bought a Tesla, and I'm running PyScript and Python in my Tesla. And that was a pretty cool demo. But you can run on TVs, you can run on other devices that run a browser, which is pretty dope. That link that you scanned should direct you to a PyScript app running on pyscript.com. You see on the bottom should have this link here, and you can access the slides and the code. Perfect, it works. I will be cleaning the slides after this because it's a mess, but you should be able to see everything in real time. As my teammates will say, Fabio writes really bad code at first, so you have the full experience. So a little bit about me real quick. I'm a mess in terms of nationality. I'm half Brazilian, half Italian, American, etc. And a Pythonista. I've been in the community for a long time. Did some things that I'm very proud of, like founding PyCon Italy and starting the PyCon Italia conferences. And together with an amazing group of people, helping with the EuroPython Society and other things. Right now, I'm at Anaconda. I'm a software architect at the AI, R&D, and Innovation Group. And this year, I've been nominated the Ambassador of Fun and Professional Clown. So if you want to have a beer later and have fun, join us, and we'll have a chat. This is the time where I usually spend time getting to know the audience and, talking a little bit more about your experience with Python, the things that you've been doing, etc. Because I didn't try my slides and my talk, I will skip that part because I'm worried about the time. But we'll try this experiment, and you're going to learn. We're going to learn. How many of you are Italian, actually? Good. That should be easy for you. So everyone else will be learning a little bit of Italian hand gestures, right? So I need your help on, if you think I'm running too fast, how would you signal to me that I'm running too fast in Italian? Chill. Exactly. If you think I'm boring and you need to me to move on, okay, boring, and I need to move on, or like this, exactly. Or if you think I'm saying nonsense, how would you say? That's steady. Exactly. So do your best to help me, and I'll help you with the talk, right? So, and everyone that helps me with the talk, I have some cute stickers. If you like stickers, and I'll throw the stickers at you. I also have stickers. I'll drop some bobby pins and stickers and other things that ask if you like the project and you want to support. There are stickers about PyScript, Beware, and other projects that Anaconda does. It's also a good time and opportunity to thank Anaconda for allowing me and the team to be here, sponsoring travels and everything, and sponsoring the project. It's a full open source project, and we spent a lot of money to try and help the community. And we do the same with a lot of other things, like Numba, SciPy, NumPy, Conda, and a bunch of Beware, a bunch of other, the Spy, and other things as well. All right, so one really quick word about PyCon Italy. It's really important to me. I've been organizing for PyCon Italy for many years, and we started in 2007, and that was an important year because, well, first, it was the first time running a conference, and we didn't know what we were doing, and we messed up, and we also had to pay money. We were at a loss. So we each one of the founders put $300 to pay the debt that we had, 200, inflation. I never seen that money, by the way. Lorenzo or Matteo, whoever is the treasurer, Alan and I are waiting for our money. JK, put on the beer budget. But it was also a very important year to me because my son was turning 1 year old at the conference. I couldn't find the picture where I was holding him on my shoulders, but this is him now. And he's this big guy, 192 meters, and this is how much our conference has grown. This year we have above 1,000 people, and this is amazing. So thank you very much for everyone that came here and are building this community in Italy. We're one of the biggest conferences in Europe and in the world, and we should be very proud of it. So thank all the organizers, and thank you for being here. All right, what is PyScript? I will try to run over this part. If you think I'm running, signal, and we'll go with it. So PyScript is a platform that allows Python to run in the browser. A platform, the difference between a platform and a framework, in our terms at the team at least, a framework allows you to write applications on top of that framework. So you can run applications on top of it. A platform is a software system that allows you to build frameworks on top of it and run apps as well. So PyScript is a fully pluggable architecture that allows you to run Python in the browser using either Pyodide or MicroPython as interpreter. We also have support for, I'm going to trip on this at some point. So allows you to run other things as well. We support R and a couple of other things experimentally. If you're interested in that, maybe you try it out. But we're mostly focused on Python. It has a powerful FFI, foreign function interface, that allows you to interact between Python and JavaScript and vice versa. That is provided by the upstream layer, either Pyodide or MicroPython, but we do some conveniency around them to make it easier for users. It's extensible via JavaScript, and it really tries to focus on humans. We really try to keep the API small, the interface small, so that you focus on your code, you focus on the problems that you're trying to solve. And all you need is just a browser. Why PyScript? So anyone has any idea why would you like to run Python in the browser? Just a couple of ideas real quick. JavaScript is a pain in the ass. iPhones, yes, and yes, and documentation examples, yes. That's one thing that we didn't think at the beginning. You said? Demos for clients, yes, perfect. Anything else? Teach Python, yes. Almost all of those were reasons behind it, but the original ones, So limited support, Python had limited support for mobile and web. There's a great talk about Russell Keith McGee around the future of Python a few PyCons ago, Keynote. I highly recommend it. He talks about that. The Python community needs to be prepared for the future of computing, and it's probably not on the desktop. It's on mobile devices and things like this. Distributing Python is difficult. And simple is better than complex. So programming is complicated. Python makes programming fun. Software architecture is complicated as well. You think about an idea, you start programming, and then you realize, oh, I need a database, I need compute, I need storage, I need this, I need that. And then it becomes not fun anymore again. I personally hate infrastructure, DevOps, all those things, even if I was architect for that part of Anaconda for a couple of years, because it should just work, right? It should just provide you. Antonio's laughing like, oh, he probably said something like, he also didn't do a good job, by the way. I agree. But distributed architectures are interesting, and that's one of the reasons of PyScript as well. If you can run Python in the browser, you can imagine that as an isolated computing block that you can move around and ship somewhere and communicate. And honestly, it's also really cool, right? Just for the sake of it. So that's why we started PyScript. A really quick rundown on how it works, or a comparison between other type of classic Python architectures, right? You as a user, you start from an idea, you think about your requirements, you need infrastructure, then you need to install on your infrastructure, and you implement your thing, and then you need to package it and distribute it, blah, 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 blah. So classic ways, you build your thing for native OS. So you build a package, build everything, or you just freeze it, and then you have your Python running on your user's machine with the caveats of having access to the underlying system. And now you have security issues. You have other things to think about. Or you go with the classic, I would just gonna write a web application in Python. That usually means you write Django, you write on top of Fast API and other things, and then your Python code runs on your servers, and then you have to deal with JavaScript and other things to run in the browser, and that's usually that architecture here in the bottom. PyScript is this one here. You basically write your code, you ship it, and it runs on your user's browser. A couple of interesting side effects is that the browser nowadays is really a VM, allowing you to isolate where your Python code is running from the user machine. So way less, how do you say? Sorry? No overhead, way less surface for threats or security issues. If you have CVEs and other things around, especially like OpenSSL and other packages that are known for security flaws, well, those don't impact your underlying system. They stay in the browser, which is pretty cool. And we go over other side effects as well. And actually, it turns out that there's a lot of flexibility running Python in the browser. It runs everywhere the browser runs. So you don't have to really think, how am I going to package my thing for Windows or for Linux or for an IoT device or anything. Beware is actually a very interesting project. Who here knows about Beware? Oh, wow, 10 people more or less. You should really look out for Beware. It's a Python platform, probably, that allows you to write Python code and ship with native applications for iOS, for desktops, for the browser itself. It runs browser things with PyScript. So it's really interesting. And one thing that we are experimenting with is you can write actually PyScript applications and then freeze them or ship them pretty much like an Electron app with their project called Positron, right? So really interesting, and you should check it out. MicroPython and IoT, actually really cool, interesting use case. We didn't realize when we shipped PyScript that, well, if we support MicroPython, then it actually is a really good channel medium to ship MicroPython application to devices. So you can hop on a PyScript.com project, write your code in MicroPython, and then just flash the device with that code without installing anything on your system. You just plug in a Lego robot or anything like this. It ships, it installs there, and it just runs. Pretty cool. And there's a really wide range of applications, like we just mentioned. Distributing Python is now very easy. It's just a link that you can run. And apps as packages is another side effect that we didn't think about. We realized that with PyScript.com apps, if we figure out the core's limitations and all the web security things, you can actually say, oh, I want to use this package from this PyScript app there, and this other one from another application there, and you have a third application that just consumes them, pretty much like packaging in an express way. And again, distributed architectures are very interesting when it's possible. One thing that is very important, compute. Compute is one of the most expensive things and most annoying things to do when you have we need to scale, right? Well, now your Python code is not running on the server anymore. It's running on the client. That means if you have 1 user, 10 users, 100,000 users, or 10 million users, your cost on compute is pretty much the same, right? As a use case, PyScript.com and EduBlox, which is another project at Anaconda that uses PyScript under the hood, we serve around from 1.5 to 2 million projects a month. And the bill for that project, for those combined, is probably less than you go out with dinner with me, right? I drink and eat, I like my things, but very cheap, right? So the budget for my PyCon beer tonight is going to be times more than our bill, which is pretty cool. Again, reduced costs. Scalability hack. As you grow from an idea to production and then production to scale, you have to deal with, well, I didn't really design my thing for 100,000 users. Well, at least on the compute side and other things like that, it comes for free, right? You still have other aspects like database, storage, persistency that you need to think about, but on that, it's pretty cool. There's an additional security layer that we just talked about. And overall, simple is better, right? If you have your Python code, you just ship with it. You don't have to think about my JavaScript code running on the front end, my Python code running on the server, connection network, errors, attacks, and things like this. Pretty much like, the JavaScript world have been enjoying, being the only one in the browser until now. And it's not that it's all rainbows and unicorns. You still have complexity, but it's shifted to the browser to one place only, right? So now you have a problem instead of 10 problems. And it also comes with challenges. Bandwidth is a problem. If you have bad network or your older phone, et cetera, you have to deal with it. There are some things you can do. For instance, use MicroPython instead of Pyodide to load fast. MicroPython is how much? Like 100K? 170K. Perfect, like loads very fast. And if you need full Python, you can actually run MicroPython on a worker, load your UI, do your thing, while the full Python is loading on the side. You can use workers for that. Maturity, yes, we are still a young project, but you can use FFI, and you can use JavaScript libraries that are been there for forever to compensate for the maturity, the lack of maturity on the Python on the browser ecosystem. Also, the system, the ecosystem is catching up very quickly. And Pyodide has been supporting more and more libraries on the client side, et cetera, which is pretty cool. Another problem is now that we are on the web problems are now your problems as well. Well, yeah, deal with that. There's no solution. And well, just hope that the JavaScript ecosystem fix them for us, and then we borrow, or vice versa. And not all projects are a good fit. And that's just the way it is. If you have large data sets and things like this, well, maybe it can be a good thing, maybe not. We are actually currently just working on supporting FSSpec on PyScript, which means you can query data remotely as big as you want, like a terabyte of data sitting on an S3 bucket, and you can just query that data and get this chunk of data that you just want instead of downloading everything, etc. But still, prototype. There's a lot of maturity to come with it. Study your pros and cons. Study the differences between standard Python and on the web. Persistency is also a problem. How do you connect to the database? How do you store files and stuff? There are solutions for those that we will talk about. And then the security layer as well, where do you store passwords, secrets, API keys, and things like this? It's the same problem that JavaScript has. Well, if it's in the browser, it's basically in the open. So you need to deal with that. A bonus treat that just came out, that we'll talk about it in a bit, is PEP 750, which introduces T-strings to Python. Thanks, Andrea, for helping that, actually. Insider intruder from the JavaScript world to help us understand the best way to introduce them. A great PEP with Guido, Paul Everett, and a bunch of other, Jim Baker, and a bunch of other great people that is landing that will allow us to do really, really cool things like server-side rendering, shipping Python code from the server side to the client side, etc., which I'm very excited about. I haven't seen any hand gestures, so I assume the speed is OK. Just making sure. Thank you. So where do you start? This is the landing page for PyScript open source. This is the project. One of the cool things about actually running Python in the browser is that you can actually play with iframes. So something like this, you can have an interactive. No, OK. Anyway, sorry. But I want to stress out some calls out. Join the community, join the newsletter, and get involved in the project. We really want more users. We really want to help the community. So your feedback is very important. How do you start with PyScript? If you just want to start from the open source project, you can just open your editor, create an index.pod HTML file, and add those 2 lines to it. So you import your CSS, import your JavaScript, Python, PyScript JS, core.js library, and then, OK, sorry, fat fingers. And then you just bootstrap. You say, OK, I want a new interpreter of type MicroPython in this case, with this configuration file where you can set your dependencies, you can set a bunch of other things, and then you say, bootstrap my project from this main.py. And it will basically do something like this. It will load your HTML file. It will load the JavaScript library. That will make render available. So is that not great English? Sorry. It allow you to specify a new script type, Py, where you can basically do what I mentioned before. And this will start a new Python interpreter that is based on WASM. And with this command here, you set up your environment, your file system, everything running on top of WASM. And then you can just run Python. You can also spin up as many of these as you want using workers, and then make them communicate between them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can see now how you can actually use MicroPython to load very fast, load your UI, load your things in the browser, while the bigger and slower Pyodide interpreter is loading. And now you can have access to your NumPy, your SciPy, all the bigger libraries that you want to use, Pydantic, blah, blah, blah. But really, the best way to start with PyScript is to go to pyscript.com. That will, if the network allows, basically offer you a really quick and easy way to start a new project. So shipping a new Hello World project is as simple as clicking this. We are going to spin up everything for you already, which is honestly very simple. It's just a static web server with a Python file there. And this is the app that you have running. And if you want to share it, actually, wrong button, you just do this. And now you have a QR code. And if you want to just share with someone, you can take a picture and share the QR code. It's running right there. Can get faster than this. Let me go back. features. Actually, not talk about features. Let's talk about use cases. OK. So first one, all cool, but really, how do you work with complex applications where you have a, actually, I will live here for a second if you want to scan this QR code. This is a to-do application that has actually authorization and authentication built on top of it, and has a storage also built on top of it, on top of Firebase. So this actually is a persistent to-do app and allows you to log in, to register, and to save users' information. Each one of them actually separate by user. It's a multi-tenant type of architecture. So going back to the wrong one. So in this, I will log in real quick. Geez. OK, cool. And now it should load my previous list, and I can add items here and things like this, etc. If you are doing this, you should see a different list, etc. Pretty cool, pretty simple. This was actually generated with AI on a single shot. The prompt was pretty much create a PyScript app using Firebase as a PyScript to-do app with Firebase as a backend framework, etc. All we had to do, this, to be honest, it was probably at the 5th trial or something like this. Prompts and AI are unpredictable. But the main thing we had to change was this, passing your API key, domain, and all of this. And you'll be like, well, you said earlier that you don't want to expose your secrets and things like this. Why are you having this in the open? Great question. Because Firebase actually is built for that. And those are public keys that you can just share anywhere. We at PyScript.com have a different mechanism that I'll show you in a second. But this is really the bulk of it. And I'm not going to go through the whole app, but it's pretty intuitive. There's a UI file where you define all your UI components and everything else. There's the main entry point of the app where we define this and just do configuration bootstrapping stuff. And we start the app itself. And then DB and Firebase are pretty much boilerplate code to create the artifacts that we have in here. And we subscribe or not to some specific events that are happening on the Firebase side. And then you have the app itself, which holds the logic of this app. This app wasn't done by me, was a colleague of mine, Martin Chilvers. I thank you so much for doing this. And that's pretty simple. Like for the amount of value that you have as shipping an application that is full-blown like this, this is a pretty small amount of code. And you haven't had to think about maintaining a database, persistency, storage, et cetera, et cetera. Now I'm going to go to another example. Everybody talk about AI, LLMs, and all of those things. One thing that we learned actually is that PyScript is actually a great glue layer for AI applications. You can access AI pretty much with the most vendors or open source projects, but from the programmer side of view, it's basically just an API that I can hit somewhere and ask questions and it returns something. Well, PyScript is pretty easy, cheap, and lean to do that. This is actually a special project which AI is running on your browser. Using WebLLM, which is a cool project that is based on JavaScript that loads the LLMs in the browser itself. So I don't need to hit any API or anything like this. And if I actually would disconnect my network, it will still run. And it just works pretty fast. Chrome also, not many people know about this. Chrome ships with Gemini Nano version that you can just hit as part of the Chrome APIs without any network or anything like this. This is another use case where you can create AI-powered applications with PyScript in a very lean and a very fast way. Let's see the code for this. how much time we still have? 15, I think. 10. Okay. All right. We'll get back to this in a second. I want to save some time. Okay. So T-strings. This is a really cool example that I'm really excited about. Load, please. Okay. No, I have another. This one. So this is a Python application running on the browser, but mostly because we have a new build of Python that actually ships T-strings. T-strings are not available yet. They're going to come in the next Python version. Kudai was kind enough to build a Pyodide version of this. So imagine this is a server side. This is not running on your browser. It's running on the server side. And it's rendering everything server side and then shipping to the browser, okay? So in this case, it's a simple PyScript application as usual. You just load PyScript with these commands, and then you just have a server.py. Imagine this is pretty much like HTMX, hitting a server that does its thing and then ship the results back, okay? So in this case, this is the server side part, and template strings. The difference between template strings and format strings, like now, is that template strings keep your objects the whole life cycle of the template strings, differently from the format strings that render to strings right away, as soon as you pass, right, the object, which is pretty cool because I can maintain reference and then render things later. So in this case, focus on this, and if you know React, if you've used React, this feels pretty much familiar. I'm importing this object counter here from this module, and it's just a Python object. In this case, it's a function with a closure inside. And if it loads, I will show you. Well, just trust me, I'll get back in a second. And it's using that object, passing this argument here, and this is actually going from server, getting serialized, and then shipped to the browser. As a string, and then deserialized on the browser with those deal loads and save. I don't think that's the name, but anyway. And it renders in the browser as this component here, which is reactive. So if I click here, you have the reactivity here. The same thing with this other use here, where I'm starting from 1, pretty much here. In this case, we're showing that actually, if I pass the object as a string, it does the right thing and actually escapes correctly. So you're seeing the correct string here, and not the weird characters thing that you usually see. Still loading. You have the links on the slides, so check out the code. Sorry for having to run. Next one, gaming. You can actually do really cool games with PyScript. This is an entry from Lukas Langa at the PyWeek contest a month or 2 ago. And this is actually, I would suggest you QR code this because it's a pretty cool game, pretty fun 3D game. And I will give you 5 seconds to do it because I'm running. Cool. Changing 1, 2, 3. And this is the game. And basically, you have to click on top of it as you get close to the color. Otherwise, it becomes red and you start losing your health, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, pretty cool. All the code is there if you want to check with the link that you just scanned. Lukas has been doing some really cool, amazing projects with PyScript, and we're really happy to support it, right? Bonus fun, which I forgot which ones are. Oh, yes. Another cool series of projects from Lukas. He's been doing this January thing where during the month of January, every day he would do art generation with PyScript. These are the, no, come on. Okay, they were really cool. I will reload and see if we can see in a second, but in the meantime, I'll skip to the next one. This is a bummer. Okay, the next one is actually something that we are planning on adding to PyScript. Okay, here. So next release of PyScript.com. This is the dev framework environment, etc. And we're planning on actually helping users with AI to create their applications. So if you have, if you want to create a new application and ask your AI or something to help you create them. Let's see. Actually, get off the network. I'm joking. Well, I will talk through it, and hopefully it will load. So when you create a new project, we prompt you with a prompt asking you what kind of application you want to do. And if you type, I don't know, I typed earlier, I made an example. I want to create a PyScript app that, actually I still have the prompt here. Assistant. Oh, no, didn't load. Anyway, my prompt was pretty much create a PyScript app that has a click for party button. And when it's clicked, it pops a message to display a dialogue saying, welcome to the party or something like this. This is the application that it generated, basically. Pretty much on top of it. And, because PyScript is very lightweight, it turns out it's actually a great use case to generate applications with AI and ship them directly. Recently, Claude and OpenAI, ChatGPT have been making great progress in loading their, being up to date. So if you try with them, actually, those things work. But I would say stay tuned or stay on top of following the project, because we are going to add a lot of those things where we want to help users create their apps and their value they want to get to with AI without having to, accelerating their workflow, not replacing anyone or things like this. Unfortunately, the network is not helping, but for actually having the full presentation in Python in the browser, that's pretty much cool. And that's it. Thank you so much for coming. And questions?
Thank you, Fabio, for this really nice update on the state of the project. And we have quite a few questions. Sorry. Getting older. Python packages often leverage external native system libraries rather than reinventing from scratch. How do you use such packages without system access? Is the catalog of PyScript-ready packages available?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. I'm so happy I gave the presentation before this. Now it's not even loading. Okay. So this is one of the problems with PyScript. If you don't have a network, it doesn't work. So to the question. Most pure Python packages just work, and you can install them from PyPI. You can actually just install, for Pyodide, you can just install any will, and it will just work. Packages with C dependencies or other type of external dependencies, there's a bunch of them available on Pyodide, and Pyodide has a build set of instructions where you can build them for Pyodide and add to the interpreter. It will require manual work. It will require work, especially for complex packages, but there is a possibility to do that. Especially the ones for the scientific stack have been really catching up. So I would suggest looking at the Pyodide supported packages. Around packages as well, there's another nice thing, which is you can, if you have PyScript apps, as I mentioned earlier, if you have PyScript apps with Python files, if they are sitting on top of PyScript.com, you can just link the other app and use as package, which is a thing that you cannot do with Python, standard Python. And it's pretty cool, because all you need really is just the files, and they can move over HTTP. So that's an interesting use case.
Thank you. And can you elaborate more about the advantages of using Pydantic over MicroPython or vice versa?
Yes. Which one is better? None of them. They are different things for different problems, right? So Pydantic is basically a full Python interpreter with most libraries and most supported packages. I forgot to mention earlier that packages that depend on things that are not available on the browser, in the browser, or not a thing in the browser, like sockets, like multiprocessing, like other things like this, are not going to work because they just, we're talking about two different things. But Pydantic is more powerful in terms of access to libraries and things like this. It's faster once loaded. Not too much, I think, but it's faster. But it's heavier. It's 8 megabytes-ish. And then you have to install things on top of it. If you install SciPy or NumPy, those are big packages, so it'll require time. You need to think about, you're shifting the problem, right? Usually, you install all of them in your CPython standard. You create your environment once, and then you ship to your customers. But that requires more time on the developer side. You're shifting the problem to the client side. So you get things faster as a developer, but you need to pay the price later. So if you have fast networks, not a problem. If you have slower networks, you can use MicroPython to spin up things fast and while Pydantic loads. When would you use MicroPython? Well, if you don't need none of those fancy packages or specific packages, MicroPython is very small. It basically runs, it loads very quickly. So prioritize that if your application is mainly UI or mainly, elements on the page, or you have simple logic.
And there is any problem with browser caching, especially for when developing?
Yes, but honestly, we haven't encountered a lot. Andrea has been doing a lot of great work to avoid those things, and we've been doing the same thing on the PyScript.com side. So for instance, when you saw the view in PyScript.com where you had the editor and the live application there, that has a different set of policies on caching than just your app, because iframes and other things. So yes, but I don't think anything more than you would have with your standard JavaScript applications.
And now regarding browser support, is IE6 supported?
No. Andrea, can you make it happen?
Will it ever be?
In 2 days. Usually that's what happens. Oh, we want to do this. And Andrea's like, oh my God, no, why? And then 2 hours later, I had an idea. So anyway, sorry. He's going to spend the weekend on this anyway.
Okay. How would you prevent or deal with WASM blocking code?
WASM blocking code. Well, this is more like, exactly. It's more, Andrea, do you want to take this one?
So in workers, it never blocks the main thread, which is the contract you have to respect on the web. So whatever you do in the workers, even if there are APIs like time.sleep, that just works, and it doesn't block the main thread. And you can use Python in a synchronous way, the same way you will do on the server. It works only for example, for network requests, because you can use behind the scene blocking XHR request. And so pretty much seamless experience from a worker. From the main thread, probably the time sleep is going to just block the entire thing, so you don't want to do that. And the approach that Fabio suggested before, like use MicroPython to drive the UI and add listeners or deal with it, and workers to bring in more complex logic. And you will be surprised that even blocking tasks you don't see those blocking at all on the web.
Yeah, but it's more like a web blocking, a JavaScript, like any blocking. It's less a WASM blocking thing.
And I think you already answered, but running Jupyter, is possible to run Jupyter notebooks in the browser?
It is possible. There's a project called Jupyter Lite that is basically that. You can, So if you really want the Jupyter experience, you should use that probably. You can simulate some of those things with PyScript, with the PyEditor that we have, which is an element that creates an editor where you can type in things and execute things in the cell, and it shows the results in the bottom. It's not as powerful. We're not trying to compete with JupyterLite right now or anything like this. But yes, you do have some options.
Thank you very much. The time for the talk is over, and feel free to
thank you.
Talk to Fabio later.
And if you have questions, we'll be at the beer tonight. So see you later.
of the afternoon, and Caio Salgado will talk about the bright future of a no-GIL Python interpreter. Please, a big round of applause.
Thank you all, thank you. Yeah, let's see how bright it is and what we can achieve. So we're going to talk no more locks. What can we achieve without the GIL? So who am I? My name is Caio Salgado, right? I'm actually from Brazil. I've been living here in Europe like for the last 2 years, but I've been a software engineer for the past 10. So very happy doing that. I'm also studying my master's in University of Porto in distributed and parallel systems. So I really enjoy working with parallel multi-threading, these heavy load tasks, and I want distributed work. And I also love to be here in the PyCon Italy because I really like Italian food, and that mixes two things that I like a lot. Okay, what are you talking today? So the nice thing when I was building this presentation is that I was using this template from Google, and the colors match I built the theme here, and I got these static images, and they're nice because remember me to breathe, you know, stay calm, and like ask ourselves like what we're talking about here, what this Kai is trying to say. So we're going to talk about mainly about concurrency and parallelism. Like I like this image because it shows a game. The name is Overcooked, and the name should imply something related to cooking, but it's actually a game related to like source management, right? Resource management and like a kitchen, right? How can you run a kitchen? Like there are you have different chefs there, like each chef is like picking some sharing resources, like sharing the ingredients, sharing the cooking pans. And like you have many chefs working at the same time, doing work in parallel. They might be cooking at the same time. And that's like an idea of working, like gives an idea of how this parallelism and working in concurrency. And exactly, if you have already played a game, it's a mess. It's very complicated to manage everything. So what are you talking about then? We're going to talk about multi-threading, right? Working with multiple threads. We're going to about single threaded, right? We're going to talk about the global interpreter lock. What changes, right? New Python version. Is there 1.13 is coming with the option to disable the GIL, but what's the GIL, right? What does it change? What does it mean? And like I want to be talking about this because like as the creator of Linux said, like Linus Torvalds, like talk shit, show me the code. So I'm going to show you a lot of code here. So a lot of tabs changing. And the first example I have here is that as easy as it gets, just count to 10 million, and that's it. And the simplest case possible, do that some number of times. Couldn't be simpler, and this is the single thread way, and I'm just going to single, and I'm going to count the time. And OK, just let's see what we can do. Here I'm using Python. I'm using Python 12, as you see, like GIL 1, right? And you're going to run the first one. Sorry. OK. Let's see. And you can see here, the CPU, wow, is going 100%. Here, my computer have like 32 cores. And when I run the program, the first time, let's see, I believe it's simple. I run like 10 times, and I get an error. It's not simple, it's single. Single. OK. And I run for a larger amount. You can see like I have a core that gets 100%. So yes, I'm running the program, single-threaded. I'm using all I can in Python. Let's run for a really, really big number. And you can see like I have like the CPU cooking here, getting very fast, but only one small CPU is working, right? And what's one of the ideas of the thread, right? The computer is getting hot now. Is that we can do that like multi-threading. What does multi-threading mean? It means that we can run each of those tasks like in a separate thread, right? I have 32 of those threads, so whoa, it's going to be like 32 times faster, right? That's the idea. And in Python, it's very easy. Like, it's a bit harder than just calling the function. We need to create a new thread, give the function it needs, and tell the name. You actually like, sorry. Then you create the thread, you have to call it to start, then you have to wait for it to finish, call it join. The documentation is very good. Like if I run this program now with multi and 20, like 32, I have 32 cores, right? You should see improvement, and no. There's no 100%, like it's kind of slower, I believe, like it was very fast before, but now it's not running. And yeah, 9 seconds. So it's really weird because like it seems that if I run if I run with just one core, it is faster than if I run with more than one. Like what's going on? Like 5 seconds to run one single core, and like when I'm with multi-core, it's slower. That's the GIL working. That's the global interpreter lock making us work hard here, right? And you can see, like, you can even see the hardware and the number of the CPUs in the sense that the number is not, like, I cannot get to 100%. Like, it stops for me, like, using 100%. The GIL makes impossible to Python to run, Python code to run, like, multiple threads to work at the same time. Only one can work at a time, so no more than 100%. Let's go to my second demo. Because now, like, I'm trying to use a better API to call the a simpler API. There's the thread pool executor. So here, like, I'm saying how many threads I want working, and like again, the same simple as possible task. In order to use it, I'm gonna just give the n I want and how many threads, so we can see like the GIL holding us back. So if I run the number 2, and I'm gonna run for 10 times, and with like if I run with one single thread, you can see, boom, I'll get that 100% there. If I run with 2, then you're gonna see maybe like 27. Let's put a bigger number here. Okay, you're gonna see like 2 threads like get like 150%. So it's sharing the load exactly like 50%. It's not going any faster because it cannot go faster than 100, right? And you can see that. Oh, and also there's another thing, right? It's very hard to stop the program. It's not simple. I press Ctrl+C. No, I don't care. Again. OK, it didn't stop yet. Again. So multi-thread is like brings more issues, right? The error handling is harder because it's separating threads. I don't get any speed gains, right? And so what are you doing here? Like, why we are doing this? Like, how can we use this? Oh, and one other thing I want to share is that, yeah, we are sharing this, if I run again, like for one single core and a really big number, you will see that, for example, I got one thread running here, like everything, like in one core, then it shifts to another core. So this is a nice thing that happens that my computer is burning right now, because one of the things of the computer tries to do is like to preserve energy, like not spend so much energy, and the hotter the core gets, the slower it gets. So at least like here, it's trying to shift between a lot of cores, not get too hot and not lose performance at the same time. And it may not be straightforward, but like if I add a lot of cores, I distribute the load, so I'm not going to get very, like, the cores are not going to get very hot. Like the share is already distributed. Like I did the OS system of the CPU work for me, right? Okay, stop. But it doesn't stop. Die. Okay. So how nice was parallelism, right? How do we take away using those threads? Where is my pointer? Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so what did you get here, right? You got more code, right? We need to write those threads, we need to write the start, we need to write the join. We got slower code, like not run that fast at that time. And the error handling is much worse. Like we don't get the number error, right? So why? Why do we have threads in Python? Like why do we have this API, this terrible API? This doesn't make any sense. So if you just take a look at the Python docs, they say like very straightforward, like introduction, and the first thing you see, hey, they are good for I/O, like blocking I/O, so they are good for that, in a sense that here, like there's a simple example of reaching different endpoints, like not actually just zipping, but the idea is that it's getting different endpoints and using threads, like the GIL, when it reaches some I/O, it releases Python. So okay, you can run multi-thread, like this is not Python code, you're gonna just wait for the internet, for something else, for some I/O operation. So you don't need to be, the GIL will release, okay, you can run Python. And we can do, I can show that very well in this third one. This is I simply copy and paste the one from the docs, right? And using thread, and if you run, we should see that it works. Where is the pointer? So Python, this is number 3, docs. And you can see, boom, it already started the 3 tasks. It didn't wait for the first one, and then when all of them completed, then it goes to each one of them and finish it. So yeah, that's an improvement. That's something good. If you want to like look at against how it would like if you did not use threads. Run the same program again, and it works. It's magic because I didn't save. Again. Sorry. Nah, yeah. Okay. Okay, without threads, one at a time. It's slower, so if you want to go through this, if you want to tell Python, hey Python, I'm doing I/O, like you don't need to stop here, don't need to wait, let's do something else. Then you can use threads, that's the way they work. And as I said, like this is for I/O, using this I/O, if you remember, we have like the async I/O, which is also made to fix that issue. Like the code is very similar, but we have a couple of changes in the sense that now we use the async word. When you make that call, you have to call await on it. And here I'm using another API for calling async tasks, the task group that works more like a for loop. And I give a task, to create a task for each one of these async functions and get all of them working. And for sake of debugging everything for async, boom, and it works as we did with the threads, right? The idea here is that the async I/O not necessarily use threads, you just use like the wheel, the generator, in order to do that thing so you can run on single thread way. Awesome. So, okay, so like what do I do if I want performance, right? What do I do if like what are threads? Like is there some way for us to fix those things, right? Is there another way, right, that we don't stop? So yes, there's multiprocessing, right? And with multiprocessing, we can do it. Let's go to the demo 5 that I have here. So let's open it first. The demo 5 is like I'm doing, again, the simple issue, the simple thing of just counting, right? But now I'm using the process. So again, just counting. But now I'm using another API to create process. And process is just like a thread with a couple of differences. We will see them. Is that I submit a function, I have to do the same thing, right? Here I'm using the thread pool executor, so give how many I want, and it's going to run it. And you're going to get the results. OK, and here I have a like, comparison between like running with multiprocess and running with threads, right? I just need to pass the one that I want and thread. So if we go, Python, that's the number 5. Here you can see like, boom, awesome, that's what you're looking for, right? So I'm running multiprocess, boom, okay, it got in 4 seconds. I managed to get all the work done. Like what was done here, like 320 and 32. I should pick 32 because that's the number of threads, cores I have. You see the other one is still running. It didn't finish yet. What's the other one? It's the multi-thread, right? So no gain here, like no use. And now there's a one say that's when it makes sense to show you the the new thing of Python 3.13, the free threaded. The idea is that it's possible now to have an experimental build of Python that we can run without the GIL, right? And how do we do that? First, we have to kill it. Any time now? OK. And how do you do that? So I'm using UV. So if you just go UV Python list, you're going to see, if I get that, you're going to see there, that's the C Python 13. And that's the free threaded up there. Yes, there's a different version of Python, different build of Python, the 13, but with the release thread. I want to run here UV install, no need, but I will run source the free threaded version. And we will see again the same example as before, simple process. So, boom, process, crushing my GPUs, running a lot of my CPU, sorry. And now you are running the same one, and again, yes, we got 100%, right? And we got faster. OK, we are faster than multiprocessing using threads, right? This is the same code. I just changed the Python interpreter, and we get all this advantage, right? And yeah, so advantage, like, what do you mean by advantage? So I'm going to run it again so you can see. We can try to see. Right now, I'm using almost 8 GB of memory. If I run the process, you're going to get to 8. So I got almost like 50 megabytes of RAM just because of the process, right? 32 process. And with the threads, the number goes below 8. So this is a nice thing. I'm going to change this to run only for process. I believe it's proc. Yeah, proc. I want to run for the N of 1,000. And I want to run, this is nice. Like, I want to run for 10 threads, 10 process. So you're going to see probably 10 of these guys going to go up. Yeah. And the memory didn't hit 8 GB, right? 1,000 bits is way too big. Oh, again, multiprocess also has all the nice things. Let's put this to 300. But now, let's see, like, if I go this number to 50 process, right? My memory goes to 100 megabytes more. If I go to 500, now I get almost 1 gigabyte more. And like the time is still the same. If I go like to 5,000, I get fail. So many files. Like, I cannot open 3,000 process. Like I can change things. This is a configuration of how many files the Python code is looking. I can change that to bigger numbers. But even like, it's still running. Even like I put like, OK, 5,000 is too much. Perhaps I want 1,000 process, right? And OK, no, I cannot do that. And my memory like spike, like I'm already using 9 gigs, right? So process, yes, they can do the work as threads, some sense, but they need a lot more memory in order to do that. And yeah, I believe like I can get this number to, I want to show a different issue. Let's see if it happens. Yeah, so I cannot show it. So the memory is way too big. You cannot create that much. But if I do this one, like again, using threads, to use threads, I have to use thread. Okay, thread, and I put, again, like, let's put here 300, but I want 5,000. Memory, okay, I got 1 gig, but that's it. Like, I still got it fast, it worked, and I didn't got that much memory. So one of the biggest things and one of the big nice things about using multithreading is the memory usage, right? The memory usage while you're using threads is way cheaper. Threads are way cheaper than a different process. You can spend 1,000, like much more of them. Like I couldn't even build 800 process. I can build like even 5,000, like 50,000. Can I go there? Yes, like didn't break. It's good. You should return me a value in, yeah, that's it, almost the same time. So that's it's almost like not free, but much, much more cheap than going through process, right? So that's one of the ideas, and that's like when you're doing with multiprocessing. Okay, so nice. Okay, we have this multiprocessing. So is it good? It's all fun and games. So I have this example here about like one of the key differences. And this is a very stupid idea to make a counter because you have like a class of a counter and a list. And what are you going to do? You're going to run that multi-threading, right? This is the first example of this one. And one of the nice things about using the free-threaded version, right? So I'm going to just change here back to use the GIL version, right? I'm going to run the example. This is the 6th one. So Python, number 6. And what do we get? You can see like is very simple. It's just going to the list, adding a value, and printing. You can see that Python, normal Python, is you just have a difference between the order, right? The order goes different between each one of those, but it perceives like there's no gaps in there. Like the values are there. Like it's very hard to get those values to go different. Like sometimes, okay, I get this threads working all right. Oh, the last one was different. So that's the thing about multi-threading. Like the Python like helps you to get this thing working. 5 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna go very fast now. Sorry. Okay. So if I change to the other Python, the free thread, you can see like not even that thing can happen. Like I cannot even, I really tried a lot, and I cannot get those things to behave in a different order, right? Python, the free thread one is working very, very much better in that sense. So you got this free threading and see all the promises get, right? So the problem that I show you right now like, is what I call the problem of embarrassing parallel. Like it's really, really, really simple problem. Like I can use a bash script to do it. I had a demo, but not. And so we need a better problem, right? One of the advantages of running multi-thread is that that's shared memory, right? You can share memory between those threads and make them work. So one of the examples I'm going to show you guys is matrix multiplication. I'm going to try to show it. That I can do that with threads. So I'm going to show just the code, not word it, because it's a lot of code. And you can see, like, if I go to the 8 here, like, I'm doing this is the naive matrix multiplication, right? So I just, the script is matrix multiplication naive, right? So create the matrix. So I matrix multiplied single threaded. I just go for all of the lines, of the rows, do the multiplication. And I have this one just to multiply one single row, right? So it's going to give me one row. And I have this very easy one that's going to run the multiplication in threads. So each thread is going to run one line. And if I run this guy here, you see that there isn't much gain, right? 7, no, 8. And I need the size of the thing, of the array. I'm going to put 100, right? And oh, okay, nice. This one is running multi-process, and you can see like there's another issue. Oh, here, you run all. Okay, so the single threaded took half a second. There's 0.6. The multi-threaded took more time, so it was slower. And the process was fast, but oh, it was wrong. It came wrong because they don't share. Like, multi-process does not share anything. So just going to skip this. So this is the naive version because, like, what is the issue here? Is the issue that we are doing very little work. Multiply one single row is very small. And I did this less naive version, right, of matrix multiplication, where now I have a pool of process. And each one's going to get the matrix and subdivide it and make the calculations for that part. So they're going to have a lot of work in those parts, right, to get that working. And that was better, but again, like the multi-threading was not fast. Like, in this example, it was like it didn't get any better. And I want to show you guys all the work that I had like to make it run faster, but I won't have the time. But the thing is, like, it gets much, much slower. And why is that? So Python is very good. Like, it's really trying to help you in the sense of holding your hand and not let you make a mess. So because in this code, I'm sharing here I call it, I'm sharing the matrix A, matrix B in the result. Because of this sharing, Python is working to preserve that thing for everyone, right? Not make it work. So in order for, I take advantage of the matrices, right? The multiplication of threads. I have to have a different piece of memory for each thread, right? So giving this, I did this using copy. So the interpreter knows we are using different ones. We get that. So I managed to get that much faster. I'm going to run it and forget it. So this is the 10. OK, run. And you can see, boo, I have things much faster, right? Now I can get code to run faster. Can I put this to 300? OK. So now I'm able to beat I'm able to beat the single thread one. So you might be saying, OK, so like this is the good thing about threads, right? We managed to make them work. I had a lot of demos. So finally, yes, I managed to get threads fasting. I had a lot of issues doing that. But some of you might say, like, what was the cost? Like the algorithm you had to change, the communication, how to change. You have to work about how is the task each thread takes. But if you know matrix multiplication, you know, like, that's not how you do it in Python. Like, you don't do it in Python code, right? I have examples that I won't show the code, but it's the number 11. And and I'm just going to put this like this. No more game. So this version here, I'm using first NumPy. Unfortunately, I cannot use it, this one with the free threaded. I have to use it with the GIL. So this one, I'm using first NumPy, then I'm using the GPU to do that. And when I use the GPU, like, it's not fair. Like, it's really, really fast. Like, here I have, like I can say I have, like, for the NumPy, it took 1.5 seconds. GPU was way, way, way much faster. And, like, it's... the other examples would be increasing the number of matrices, the number of multiplications, and the number of threads. The time it takes for the GPU is 0, is nothing. So again, like why we are doing multi-threaded if like no one's do that hard computation using like more code, slower, worse, and like we have a lot of different tools to do those kinds of things. Like, so why? And the idea is that like if you just look at the path, it's right there in motivation, right? The idea is not to make this heavy lifting with Python, is to do that with, is Python to be the orchestrator of that. Like it's right on the path. Like the GPU is very fast, but it needs data. It needs to that processing. If I had some examples, you can see like the CPU is working to feed the GPU with that memory, with that things to work. So we need to have Python to work with that. A lot of examples in the path saying, hi, we do AI, but we need Python to work multi-threading in order to share the data and make things faster. So yeah, and one of the things, if you look at that PEP, the biggest difference is in the garbage collector, how to share the data without breaking things, because how the garbage collector works right now. And yeah, they are trying really hard to make it good, to make you not have to worry about the sharing, the locks, and everything between your data structures. Oof. So thank you.
Thank you so much. More a sprint than a talk. More a sprint than talk. Yeah. We have a few questions. I don't know if we will have time for all of them. But the first one is, what's the plan for, because basically none of the standard data structures and libraries are thread safe. So what are the thread safe issues with free-threaded?
So there's another PEP talking about the transition, like how to put that as the default way to run multi-thread. And there's a process in order to do that. Like they are, some of the Python communities are looking at the packages that if they support, if they're able to run without the GIL, and how they make to do that, and how to really slowly go to that stage where we can safely run. So we're going to have to check those libraries and see if they work together and get to that stage.
And what are the trade-offs of free-threaded version of?
So I show a lot of issues here. We have to have much more control about what you're doing, and like take care of like, again, the size of the task you're doing, and how you're sharing data. You have to make it work in a sense that the data you're sharing is like immutable and works with those guys, and like you have to work with the garbage collector in order for it not to worry about the data you're working. You have to kind of know how it looks and what the garbage collector is looking and what it's not looking.
And there are locking mechanisms for, there are locking mechanisms for atomic code execution?
The same ones as normal Python, like you have produce locks, mutexics, and you can do things.
Okay, and have you tried, I mean, in all these experiments, have you tried a solution with sub-interpreters also?
Yeah, sub-interpreters is one of the alternatives of running this free-threaded, in the sense that you don't have to worry about sharing that much. Like instead of spawning different threads, I can spawn different interpreters of Python, and those interpreters, like they have a separate context that's not that big as a process, but and it has more security, more safeties. That's easier for I believe the C Python to work with, and like not to mangle this. So this is a possible solution. But if you want to really crunch data, like not crunch, but work very fine, you're gonna want to use that shareable data that the single interpreter with multiple threads can give you. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Welcome everybody to one of my favorite sessions, the lightning talks. But before I start, have you seen Valerio? Anybody seen Valerio? Still in Florence? Still in the train? Well, you know how it goes with Train Italia some days. Yeah, well... What? There is a strike. Yeah, I get that. It would be weird if it wasn't. So, I mean, I think here we have to improvise. So, who are we going to pick today to co-host the lightning talks? I think I'm going to get this guy right here. I heard he's quite funny.
Easy.
Ah.
Which guy?
Ah. Yes, some encouragement
Is it on?
here.
Oh, yes. Actually. Scusate.
My God, you came prepared.
Yeah.
Like
Kinda
you
saw
knew.
this coming. Scusate,
It's Valerio in disguise.
Che dite? Come mi sta?
In English.
Okay, does it suit me? Apparently not. There we go. Do we like it?
Yes.
Oh. Ciao, Valerio.
Following from
Thank
home.
you very much. There we go. Okay, now we can start in style. Hello,
like
everybody.
Italians.
Welcome to the Lightning Talk session. Give me a bit of energy. Oh, okay, here we go. This is how we do it. Okay, thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, Alessia. It's always a pleasure to be hanging around with you here. So, we saw this morning there are a lot of new people coming up. So, who is here a new one? Who is the first Lightning Talk session for you?
Raise your hand.
Okay, raise your hand. Okay, this is good. How many people are from abroad? Okay, okay, very good. I see a bit of overlap, so let's get started. This morning, we taught you a bit of stuff about what's typical and what not, thanks to Esther from Emilia-Romagna, right? And Emilia is something different from Romagna. So that was the hidden message, right? So we're going to do another session about Italian culture. So today, we're going to do Lightning Talks the Italian way, right? Right? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you very much. And so, concretely speaking, what does this mean? Well, we actually all have a pretty kind of a nice idea about this one. Just to give you another bit of a trivia, of course, pizza come from? America. Yeah, that's my guy. I like you very much. Pizza come from Naples, right? And the subhint is that you should never, ever, ever be asking something that looks like this. Okay, right? And if this will ever happen to you, I pray it does not, because the average reaction could be something like this, or more likely, this.
Here we are trying to look out for you guys. If you go around these days and ask for a pizza, do it the right way.
Okay. So, this was the bit of cultural event of today. Keep it in the back of your mind. Now, let's go on to Lightning Talks. So, Lightning Talks are a wonderful moment of every conference. They last 5 minutes sharp. If you cannot get your Lightning Talks by 5 minutes, you will be interrupted. And this is the first prompt. Yes. The little fella came from Florence, actually sooner than Valerio did. So when you hear the big grunt, that's the end of your Lightning Talk. All topics are welcome. All feelings are welcome. All experiences are welcome. You can talk about anything, so long as it is under 5 minutes.
And it respects the code of conduct.
Exactly. So, without further ado, we have 3 flavors of Lightning Talks in the pizza box. We will go through all the event announcements, so the stuff that is coming up in the Python community in the near future. Then we have first-time speakers in the green card, and then in the purple ticket we have general track. So anything, everywhere, all at once, but 1 people at a time, just to be clear. And there's one more thing, right? The menu. Ooh. So, since we want to make this truly Italian, we can show you the prop. The chef, Alessia, is going to show us what we have up for you. Ever again, once again, the pizza wheel. Okay. The rules are easy. You can choose not to spin the wheel. So we will ask you, like the speaker, to come on stage if they want to play with us. And the game looks like this. If you spin a classic, like the Margherita, you will have to have a certain rule applied throughout the duration of your whole talk, which is wave it, like an Italian would do. You can be creative about this one. We can offer you a couple of suggestions, but please feel free to feel the most Italian way that you can about how you're going to explain how to do this, okay? You can take inspiration, right? So, and this is like the vanilla pizza. We have the second pizza. So we're not anymore in Florence, unfortunately, except one of us. And we don't have shrimps anymore on a pizza. We have something that is really refined from the local cuisine, which is mortadella. Mortadella. So, what also can you get? What rule, special rule does apply to your meal when you grab like the mortadella slice of pizza? Well, do you know something that's really famous from this region, which is not food? I think it has something to do with cars, yes, but also motorbikes.
Yes.
So if you spin the wheel, as the snake suggests you will have to drive real fast. So you will be driving your really fast motor car, your new shiny Ducati bike, while you hand and deliver your talk, right? I don't see a lot of enthusiasm about this one. Do you really like driving at all? Okay, no, this is my response. Okay, so whatever. Okay, so let's now maybe let's change a bit the flavor. The third flavor is pizza with veggies, right? Everybody has to do it. You have to eat your veggies, right? And so this one is a bit more of a collaborative thing. So when somebody spins the pizza, we will all together join the game. And we'll be choosing a word or more. And when such word is said, we will quack it. So say the word I choose is lightning talks, and I say, hey, I'm super excited about today's lightning talks.
Quack.
Okay, let's do this again. The word is Python, so I'm really excited. I'm going to go to Bologna, to PyCon Italy.
But you said PyCon, not Python.
Aha, there we go, she's so smart. Okay, there you go. Okay, this one is for the easy pizzas. When you get to now we get to the lower part of the menu. The first one is BBQ sauce pizza.
Aye.
Okay. So what's wrong with this one? Ooh,
This is gonna be hard.
People will come up on stage with this one. We'll have to code in style. Let's just put it in this way, in a bit of an uncomfortable way. And finally, to close up the menu, the last dish, it's a dreadful, dreaded pineapple pizza. This is the harshest rule of the game. If you spin it, you only get 3 minutes to deliver your talk. And we were, let's just say, I would say that, merciful. Yeah, merciful. So just to teach you a lesson, okay? These are the rules of the game. So I would say, without further ado, we can have all the wonderful people that have an announcement to make to queue up on stage. Last page and last delivery. Thank you very much, Alessia. Have fun, be nice, be free not to play, also respect the code of conduct. Thank you very much. Let's play the game. Woo! Esatto, sì.
So we start with the event announcements.
Perché non presenta? Perché non presenta?
Yeah, but I don't think we actually need it.
Facciamo sul mio hotspot. Let me reload. There we go. That's my hotspot, baby. Woo! There we go.
Yes.
There we go. Fit to chap it.
Can I take it like this?
Is it on? Yes.
Hello? Yes. Hey everyone, so if you have more, you're willing to have more Python events this year, we just wanted to remind you that we have EuroPython, one of the largest conferences in Europe as well, happening in Prague for the 3rd year. We promise it's the last. The most important thing is grab your tickets as soon as you can, because they are running out, and also we are actively looking for sponsors. But also, if you're interested to participate in a different way,
yeah, we also have the call for on-site volunteers open now for at least 1 more week. So if you are interested to experience the organization like from the inside, then you're welcome to apply for that one as well. And hope to see you in Prague.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're here to talk about PyLadiesCon. So there you go. PyLadies is an online conference all over the world, 24 hours. How many tracks?
Many tracks, no, 2 tracks, but it's 24 hours non-stop in 3 different time zones. Is the only way of gathering all the PyLadies chapters in the same place because it's difficult to travel, right? So non-stop, you can wear your pajamas, whatever, more comfortable thing. And yeah, I think that we will open the CFP soon. So we expect you all. Everyone is welcome to participate. You don't need to be a woman, for example. It's always for in pushing the minority groups and everything. Like me, for example, I am helping there. So everyone is welcome to join. So we hope to see you around.
Yes, and we're also looking for sponsors. So if you're looking to sponsor an online conference, please reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Panayotis. This is my first ever lighting talk, and this is the first ever PyCon Greece. It will be on 29th and 30th of August. It will be 2 tracks, around 30 speakers. The CFP is closed, and we would like to see you there. And this is a discount code for 10%, valid until Sunday if you want to book your ticket these days. Thank you.
Hello, we're organising the first PyCon Finland in 9 years this October. It's a special one-day event taking place in cooperation with PloneConf, which is a week-long event. It's taking place in Jyväskylä in the middle of Finland, which is famous for its nature and sauna. The early bird tickets are still on sale until Saturday, and the CFP is open till the end of July. So, hope to see you there. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So we are going to be having a PyCon Ireland 2025 on the 15th and 16th of November, obviously in 2025, in Dublin, Ireland. So we sold out last year and we're super excited about that. So we're having a bigger event this year. It's going to be 2 full days with 2 tracks of talks and 2 tracks of workshops as well. And we already have our keynote speakers lined up. So we're really excited to be having Ines Montani. She's a co-founder of Explosion and is behind Spacey, and then Mihai Crivetti from IBM giving a talk on AI. So we're excited about that, but I'm also in the process of organizing 2 panel discussions on the impact of AI. So if you have a background in the environment, or you're a developer and you want to talk about that, or educator, please come talk to me, and you can submit an abstract for that.
Hello, it's me again. We have call for sponsors also open right now. The CFP is also open until the 3rd of August. And if you're looking to help organizing the event, join.
Yeah, come and find us.
Hello, everybody. So, PyCon Africa is a thing. It's a conference that roams around Africa and visits different countries every year. This year it is in Johannesburg, South Africa. So that's my home. You can come and visit me. We have the greatest cricket grounds in the world. We have penguins. We have fantastic wine. And we have Python. So come on by.
We're sold.
I want to tell you about the conference, but I don't want to tell you about the food. The beach also doesn't matter. The weather doesn't matter. I want to tell you about what's practically the only European Python conference you gotta attend in your life, which conveniently spells Portugal. And thank you. And PyCon.pt stands for purchase tickets.
Io farò l'annuncio in italiano, purtroppo per chi è straniero, ma questo non è l'annuncio di un evento singolo, ma un evento federato. Sono gli eventi organizzati dalle community locali che costellano un po' il panorama italiano per tutto il corso dell'anno e nelle località che possono essere anche più vicine a casa vostra. Vi invitiamo domani a venire a vedere il nostro panel e a venirci a trovare al banchetto, al desk, nel corridoio della hall dell'albergo. A domani.
Vai, prego.
Hi, hello. Why not to visit Poland? At the end of August, there's a PyCon PL, so PyCon in Poland. And why not to present your talk or your workshops there? And guess what? The call for papers is open till 31st, so it's just till the end of this conference. So grab your laptop in the end of the day and put your proposal there. Or if you're a sponsor, well, we also would be happy about that. And it's quite near. If you see on a map, yeah, Gliwice in Poland is here. In fact, I came from Warsaw, so from here by train to here with several stops. So trains are also a possible option to get there. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, the observant amongst you will notice that this is something of an odd one out. So that logo very much represents an elephant, not a python. I'm here as a Postgres person infiltrating the Python community, and I'm inviting you now to come and infiltrate the Postgres community. Please come and join us at Postgres Conference Europe 2025, which will be in Riga, Latvia from the 21st to the 24th of October. Registrations will open towards the end of June. The CFP is going to open next week. We want new voices, we want new faces, we want to hear from you, we want to know what Postgres users are doing, and I want you to come and show the rest of the Postgres community why I love spending time here in the Python community. Thank you. Woo.
So,
I think it's time.
Yeah. I'm struggling with technical stuff and equipment. Oh no. Okay. Is it on? No. Yeah. Clever observation.
Okay.
Is it? Does it work? Kinda. But that's my voice that's working, not the microphone.
No. Now it does.
Closer, closer. Okay. Oh. There you go.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
I guess it's time. that
Hey
we
guys,
start
I'm a data
playing
scientist. Come on, can you expect me to do technical stuff? Okay. Okay. So, are we ready? Did we heat up a bit? Right. Who's gonna be the first one to come and spin the wheel? Ooh. We have a winner. There you go.
And the winner is Rodrigo with what the partial? Woo! Question mark. And I'm gonna draw the next one too, so if they're here, they can start coming close and get ready. Language server protocol, build your own autocomplete and code inspection. Keys, Hink?
Thank you. Okay, Rodrigo.
Yes.
Do you want to spin the wheel?
Spin it for me.
Are we?
No. Do you think it's bad luck?
It's going to be bad luck either way.
Whatever. Die, come on. So you get a nice picture. Oh, bacon.
They bacon.
Okay, so.
We got some props.
Awesome. But I don't remember the prompt.
What
am I supposed to do?
Just don't.
Don't what?
Barbecue and barbecue pizza.
No. There you go, that's the pizza one. So you're going to get visually impaired, but in style. Oh, there we go. In style. So this is what it looks like, a pizza, when you see it, okay? I like the style, though. It suits you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I should be offended by that. Thank you very much.
I would say...
Am I wearing a sausage? That's what it is, right?
The time is running, though, so...
Oh, okay. You could have told me that. All right, so I want to tell you about partial, which is this neat little thing you can import from functools. Am I, yeah, is this better? Yeah. Apologies, well, kind of looks like it's my first time up here. It's okay. Time is ticking. And the idea is that this allows you to kind of, quote unquote, freeze arguments to functions. For example, Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, so let's forget about partial. Who can tell me what's the output of this piece of code?
What happened?
Wait, what?
I think the glasses did this to me. Who can tell me what's the output of that? So the built-in int takes a parameter base. Did you not know about it? All right, exactly. So reading, well, not 16, yes, 15. And so what you can do is, if you freeze the base on integer, you can build a different function from x, for example, or from hex, which interprets integers as base 16, right? So you're freezing, the idea is that you're freezing the base on the integer. So this is the idea behind partial, is that it lets you build other functions. Well, it can do other things, but this is how I want you to look at it. And so now with this, let's play a game that I call What the Partial. So what we do is, we take a look at a partial application, and this should be similar to the previous one, so it's easier. You take a look at a partial application, and then what you're supposed to do is figure out what the output is. So what's the output of this? 5, very good, clap. Excellent, excellent. It's 5. So what's the output of this? It is 8. So instead of calling this a generic f, you could call it from bin, for example, because you're creating a specialized function out of the partial.
Out of the trash.
What? Is that the time?
No.
Please don't upset me while I'm wearing my glasses. This is my serious game face. Please
no, we
don't.
cannot see that.
Yes. All right, so now let's do something else. We have partial with max and a key of len. What's the output of this? It's not 9.
It's 2.
Spaghetti. Applaud for whoever said spaghetti. And what's the output of this one? Sorry. Thank you. It's the glasses. CCC, exactly. So instead of looking at this as a generic f, you could look at it as the longest function. You give it an iterable and it returns the longest one. And if you can do this with max, if you work with min, I'm sure you can guess what's going on. What's the output of this? It's a pasta, exactly. So instead of looking at it as a generic f, you can think of it as the shortest function. Let's do a more difficult one. Partial with reduce and operator.add. What's the output of this?
10.
It's 10. Maybe it was not harder. Maybe it was easier. Well, good job, guys. So it's 10. And if you have a different input, I think you figured out already. 20. Exactly. So this is not the generic f. It's a sum. And let's push it one more. Apparently, the game is not very fun. I'm sorry. Yeah, but what's fun for me usually isn't fun for others. So that's how it goes. What's the output of this? 8. You're better at this than I expected. I should have picked harder examples. All right, so this is not a generic f, it's the product function. And so really the takeaway here is that you have all of these specialized functions that you built with the partial. And I don't know, I just find this very interesting as someone with a maths background, the fact that you can, take functions and compose them and build different functions that suddenly get a whole new meaning. Who could guess that max would become longest or shortest? I don't know, maybe you could, I couldn't. So if you want to take a look at some more examples, there's a QR code there. Otherwise, thank you so much for putting up with my face and my glasses. Cheers.
Okay. Welcome on stage. Thank you. There we go. Let's get you set up. There we go. Oh, yes, we have a dongle. Okay.
Who's next?
Thank you. You're welcome.
A forms handler for textual user interfaces. Steve Holden.
Steve.
You here?
Steve. There we go.
Hey.
Thank you. So, come again with the name?
Yeah, my name's Kees.
Kees.
Kees Hink.
Kees, do you want to spin the wheel?
I guess it's sort of implied, right?
No, I mean, you don't have to. You're free to play or not to play.
I'm already very scared up here, so let's.
Okay. Do you want to do it yourself?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, absolutely. So let's just ease up the tension. Oh. Is it the same
mortadella?
one?
No.
Oh, no, mortadella.
It's a mortadella.
So let's just put it in this way. Since we couldn't get Ducati to sponsor us,
we had to
maybe next
improvise.
year. I know, right? Maybe somebody of you know somebody in there, whatever. I had to come up with my own prop, because you're gonna ride, so we expect you to be swooshing and turning and overcoming somebody on the right, on the left lane, only on the left. But we want you to be safe.
Unless you're in Naples.
Who should I talk about for the code of conduct? So we baked you an helmet for you.
Ah, great.
It's from Ducati, so it's an official one. So you can, yes, of course. No, actually, we introduced it, but you can also adjust it. So we made it really careful.
We want you to be driver safe.
Yes. There we go. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. You see the hydrodynamics. Hydro. Yes. It works in water as well. Ducati is a serious brand. Okay. They also work underwater. Okay, so I guess we can
start.
Whenever you're ready, you can start. But be.
Yeah, I will try.
Maybe.
All right. First off, who here uses VS Code? Quickly. Okay, that's a lot of you. Who here uses Django? Some of you. Okay, you're gonna like this. Very nice. So what we like is code completions, right?
Let's eat this up.
Sorry?
Let's eat the engine. Rev the engine up.
Exactly.
Okay, you got the idea.
Okay, right. So if you type this, you see there's a string that I'm trying to do something with here, and the code already knows, the IDE knows, I can do format here, or I can do find, or I can do capitalize, right? Which is what you want. And for example, if you have an object, which I call self here, it also knows which attributes and methods that object has. So that's very nice. Every editor has this. But unfortunately, in templates, it's a little bit different, because your editor doesn't always know what kind of attributes you have. For example, this is a Django template. Many of you will recognize it. It's almost the same as Jinja. You see the curly bracket % sign here. My editor doesn't know what's going to come after. It doesn't have a clue. For example, here I have an object variable in my template. My editor doesn't know what I'm about to do. So unless you use PyCharm, which half of you do not use, you're a bit stuck here. So there's something that I want to show you that gets around this problem. And it's called Django Template LSP, where LSP stands for Language Server Protocol. Language Server Protocol is something that was designed by Microsoft some time ago, and it works kind of like this. I'm kind of making the slideshow very short because I only have how many more minutes?
3.5 minutes.
Oh, I can relax. Good.
Here, yeah.
So on the left side, you see.
Remember, you're driving also.
Oh shit!
It will be weird.
So I will. On the left side, you have a development tool,
but can
which
you
is
make
like
it look like a pointer? What is it called?
Blinker.
A blinker. Can you blink it since it's on the left?
Like this, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right. On the left side, you have the development tool, which is your IDE, and which communicates to something on the right side, which is called the language server. Now, if you run
He's
this
a nice driver.
in VS Code, it kind of works like this. Your IDE loads a plugin, which acts as both the language server and some code that runs inside there. And that code in our project, which I will share shortly, it's called the Django collector.py. It's a short script that will be run by the language server, and it will output a lot of information about the file that you're currently working on. This is basically how you would build something, a tool like this yourself, whether you're using Django templates or some other kind of template that you don't have code completions for yet. So what it looks like, if I go back, when you have Django template LSP installed, this is a Django template, and you can see after the curly bracket, it suggests all kinds of things that I can do here. And for example, if I have an object here, yeah, this is big enough. You see the thing on the left corresponds to the model that I have on the right. So my editor knows which kinds of attributes it has. So in a nutshell, this is a big win for anyone working with templates, or if you want to know anything more about how language server protocol works and how you can make it work in your project, then please feel free to hit me up.
Thank you very much.
Oh, what are you doing to me?
It's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was super enticing.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you for giving back the helmet. And remember to drive safe home, even when you walk home.
Drive safe when you walk.
Who's the next one?
Who's the next one?
Come again with the name, please.
Steve Holden.
Steve, okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel daring?
Daring, yeah, spin the wheel.
Okay,
Let's go.
okay.
And then Sheena O'Connell with Python communities in Africa.
Do you want to spin it for yourself?
No, I'm quite happy
Okay,
to
okay.
accept somebody else's
Okay.
fate.
Okay, so he really is trusting us. Too bad. Let's go. That didn't come. Ooh.
What
The
we got?
Broccoli. Oh, veggies. So what's going to be the funny word, the lucky word?
What's your
Well,
talk
since it's
about?
a talk about textual, why
Oh.
don't we use that?
Ooh.
There we go.
Lots of quacking then.
So let's do again. Let's just try in one together.
Textual.
Textual. Okay. With a bit of energy.
Good enough. Okay. I wasn't expecting to give this talk today. I did put please on Friday at the bottom of the request, but hey, whatever. So I thought I would gamely stand up and try and give this talk about textual.
Quack.
Who has heard of the textual package?
Quack.
Okie doke. Well, for those of you that don't know, it's a program, a package that allow a framework, if you want, that lets you build textual user
Quack.
interfaces. And so in a regular window like this, just let me increase the window size a bit if I can. Okay, so can you all read that font? Okie doke. So if I try, thank you. So if I try to, for example, say textual
Quack.
borders, then it'll show me all the different, whoops, if I could spell, it would show me all the different types of borders that you can produce. Oh dear, I forgot I'm using UV, so I'll need to run that. There we go. Finally, there we go, right. So basically, it's a way to, textual is a way to produce nice interfaces. But one of the things that I realized was it doesn't have any way to actually build those interfaces declaratively. Who uses Django? Okay, so you know in the Django world, you've got forms, right? And you can establish forms and you can set them. So I thought, well, wouldn't it be nice if we could do the same thing in textual?
Quack.
Quack.
And so this is textual.
Quack.
Quack.
Textual forms is a package I'm in the middle of writing. I had to actually git stash to make sure that I could give this demonstration on an earlier release. And as you can see, you can now create a class which is a subclass of the form class. Let me just make the font just a little bit bigger. And then you can put fields inside it just like you do in Django. So this is a text field. At the moment, I've only got 4 different types of fields. There are integer fields, text fields, Boolean fields, and choice fields. So, oh dear, we better not, better undo that unwanted edit. Okay, so basically the textual application, when you run it, I'm going to build an application, and the application is going to run. And hopefully, let's make the font bigger again in the other window, because that's not going to be visible otherwise. There we go. Right, so if I now run that program, ooh, we've got a form. Not only have we got a form, but the form actually does editing. So if I start to put input in there, then it will complain because there's a palindromic validator on this particular input. So if I say, for example, let's use a name like, nice name like Anna, which is neatly palindromic. The validators on the integer field are that it must be an even number and it must be less than 130. So if I put 1221 in, we get an error. If I put the even 1224 in, we only get the range error. And if I put 122 in, everything's fine. Choice fields aren't really, that's not really terribly useful. But the pull down, no idea where that came from. The pull down field does allow you to make selections as well. And when you submit the form, there's a nice, what on earth is going on there? There should be a nice little dictionary, but apparently there isn't. Anyway, don't worry. Work in progress, textual forms.
Nice. Thank you very much. So, who's going to be the next one? Yes,
next,
yes,
right
like
now.
right after her. Sorry, yeah, I saw her coming. There you go. A special dongle for you. You don't need a dongle. You can just plug straight in. I'm getting good at this technology stuff. That's nice. I see it's going to be used in the future.
So here I don't have a name, but just a title. The Rectangle of Attention. Are you
There
here?
we go. Oh, I know the guy. He's from Padita, Milan. Sheena.
Yeah, let me
Do you feel like spinning?
Yeah.
I'll hit it. Give me just a sec.
Come.
Let's see if this works. Oh no. Okay, cool. Sweet.
There we go. Okay, Margarita.
What is it?
Okay.
The Margarita.
Margarita.
Can
Not a
you
drink.
gesture like in Italian?
Yes, but let's be...
And while giving a talk.
This is also a South African thing.
Ah,
We're
okay,
good.
multicultural.
We're good.
Okay, we like the West in
All
this
right.
way. Okay. So let's applaud. There we go. Thank you, Tina.
All right,
Floor is yours.
Thank you. So the Burmese python is an invasive species in Africa. All right, so who here has been to Africa? All right. Who here wants to go to Africa? All right. So there's quite a lot of you who want to go. Why? Is it because you think the landscape is cool, the people are cool, the animals are cool? It's a beautiful place. These are all valid reasons. Africa's
food.
The food is great as well. It's freaking wonderful. I have another reason to go to Africa, and that is for the python. So, hello from Africa. It might not be immediately obvious, but I'm an African. I was born in South Africa. My family's been there for multiple generations. I came here from Africa to talk to you, and there are other Africans around as well. Look for us. We're around. Come and speak to us about what's happening back home. I've been to a couple of different Python conferences in Africa. First is PyCon ZA, which is my home ground, so that's Python South Africa. PyCon Namibia, that is in Namibia, which is my neighbor, basically. It's pretty close by. DjangoCon Africa, that was in Tanzania recently, and it's going to be in Tanzania again this year. PyCon Africa. I haven't been to a PyCon Africa yet, but I announced one earlier. It's that roaming conference, and it's going to be in Johannesburg. And there's more. There's a lot more that I have not experienced, but intend to. And it's a great way to meet people. So if you're keen to go to Africa as a tourist, go to a conference instead. Keep your ear to the ground, find out what's happening, and go interact with the community. You'll have a much richer experience by doing it that way around. So I can only really talk about my experience. The Python African communities, Africa's big, there are a lot of us. It's full of solid, passionate, skilled people with all sorts of interesting local problems to solve and local tools to use. It's a growing community, so there are a lot of places where Python is still kind of a young thing, where interest is still being gathered and people are still getting into it. Visiting PyCon Namibia, for example, is quite a fantastic experience because part of the reason for that conference is to bring Python to Namibia. So we spent a lot of time in the universities and the local schools just teaching people stuff, and it's really such a warm experience. Sometimes things are pretty resource constrained, and that can sound like a bad thing, but actually it's something that brings people together, because if you can't pay to make your problems go away, you have to deal with them, and your people need to deal with them with you. So it's quite a close-knit community a lot of the time. So it's rich and wonderful, and you're all invited. So if you're curious, you can come and talk to me. There are other Africans around here as well. We came pretty far to come and hang out with you. So ask us about what's happening back home, and we'll be happy to share and invite you to visit us. So thank you.
Nice, nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so PSA. So there's going to be time just for this last lightning talk for today's. Of course, everybody who's been in lightning talk can still come and be picked up for tomorrow's. We're going to be at the same time, same room, same people. We gave up on Valerio, I'm sorry, but we pick him up at the next conference. Yeah. So, without further ado, let's welcome on stage. Hi. Can you come and your name again? Kanda, okay. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, should I spin it? Yeah, that's right.
If you feel like it. Yeah. Okay.
I see no slides.
No, I don't even have a computer yet.
Okay.
That kind of
okay,
program.
there you go. But you have a wonderful helmet.
Okay. I have also my motorcycle jacket.
Yes,
so
of course, come on. Did you come here by bike, per chance? Oh, you did, he did. Is it a Ducati then? No. Oh, shoot, okay.
Oh my God, we could not script this.
Imagine if he had a real helmet.
Yeah, not with me right now.
Okay, but I think
maybe
it suits you. You see, like, I think
it actually matches.
Kind of. Yeah, it works.
King of style. There we go. Welcome, Kanda.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm really excited and scared right now. It's my first talk here. And I don't have a computer. I don't have a slides. Actually, I just put the words, the rectangle of awareness in the bucket and forgot about it. So I really have no idea what I'm going to do right now. And yeah, I'm shaking, as you see. So no, it's okay. No. That was a cheap one. That was a cheap one. So yeah, it's going to be more of a rant than a talk. But so I think it's okay. So the rectangle of awareness is this thing that comes to visit me at night. I'm an insomniac and kind of a depressive guy, I guess. So around midnight to 1 a.m., I see this image. It's a rectangle shape, and it has on one side the time of awareness within a day that we have, and on the other side it's me. So it's like a slice of the rectangle of awareness. So I imagine that in a day maybe I have 10 hours of awareness, and then I spend, I don't know, 3 to 7 of them at work, and then maybe 1 on YouTube, and maybe half an hour on Facebook. And so I can see the rectangle that it's shrinking more and more and more and more, and then I do not have any awareness for myself, basically, or for any other thing. And then around 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., so maybe I'm on second gear already. Okay. Let's make this. And then the rectangle expands, and I can see everybody in there. So all the people in the world and all their awareness time within a single day, right? So I can see everybody's awareness, the 8 hour, 10 hours, 12 hours of awareness within a day. And this rectangle is being covered by, again, work, chores, Facebook, stuff to do, things that beeps and, I don't know, screams and lights up on your phone and so on. That's also why I have paper. Paper doesn't light up. Well, it does light up, but okay. So third gear. So I'm looking at it. I don't know what to do with it. I really don't know what to do with it. I just give it to you. Maybe we can talk about it later. The rant continues on a different way, on a different road, about some keywords that we are always repeating when we talk about technology. We speak about being faster, being more productive, being more connected, or connect things, connect people. I don't know why. And well, I want to raise a flag about this and remind everybody that those things are not neutral. These actions are not always good. You want to go faster. Where do you want to go faster? Down a cliff? With my motorcycle? I don't know. But do we always have to go faster? Do all our systems have to go faster? I don't know. I'm not really sure. We want to be more productive. To produce what? What are we producing? In the end of the day, are you enslaving other people with your new social media platform and eroding that big rectangle of awareness? I have no idea. Maybe. So what are we producing? And if we are more productive, why are we working all that many hours every day? Aren't we more productive? Are we not? I don't know. We want to be more connected. Connected to what? There are things like bad companies, right? Who do we want to be connected with? With somebody that is poisoning you? And again, go back to the, occupying your rectangle of awareness? I don't know. A lot of I don't knows. Maybe we can quack it. I don't know. Quack. So, okay, that was, this other road, and maybe I go to the fourth gear already, and I speak about free software. Free is another, another nice word. How much time I have?
50 seconds.
Okay. So free to do what? Are we using like free software to drive missiles or to produce bombs? Probably. Are we using these things to make rich people richer? Probably we are. Just think about it. Yeah, so we're part of it. We are all a part of it. We are really nice people. Most people are nice in general, but I think we have to step back sometime, maybe not from midnight to 2 p.m. as I do usually, and think about the actual agency and the actual actions that we are doing in these worlds with the tools we use. And yeah, maybe stop sometimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So,
I think that's about it.
Yeah, before we leave you to the changing room, etc., just one very quick announcement. If you have any new ideas for a flavor that you want to see on a menu, well, let's come up and maybe we can arrange something for tomorrow's session. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference. See you at PyDrinks.